May I have your attention, please? May I request all members of the audience to please take up their seats? We are starting our function in a couple of minutes. May I request all the members of the audience to please occupy their seats? We are starting our function in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed keynote speakers, respected paper presenters, dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Council of Architecture, the D.Y. Patil deemed to be University School of Architecture, Navi, Mumbai, and the entire organizing team, it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the Council of Architecture's International Conference, Transformations 2025, Co-Scripting Change with Disruptive Technologies in Architecture, Design and Urbanism, hosted in collaboration with the D.Y. Patil deemed to be University School of Architecture, Nerul, Navi, Mumbai. I am Professor Preeti Nayak.
And I am Professor Samir Salvi. This gathering brings together a constellation of voices, visionaries, educators, practitioners, and emerging professionals who share a deep commitment to reimagining the built environment.
Today is not simply a day for dialogue. It's a space of convergence, a space where scholarship meets lived practice, where academic inquiry aligns with civic imagination, and where the idea of transformation is not distant or abstract, but immediate, unfolding, and necessary. Over these 3 days, we invite you to participate not just as listeners, but as co-thinkers to help shape the questions, frameworks, and futures we must now consider together.
We are especially proud to host this conference at the D.Y. Patil Center of Excellence, a space that not only embodies architectural innovation and sustainability, but also represents our institutional commitment to interdisciplinary thinking and public engagement. Its design ethos reflects the values of this conference: openness, dialogue, adaptability, and of course, transformation.
This conference is a result of many months of careful thought, collaboration, and conviction. Conviction that design is not neutral, that our disciplines must respond to the urgencies of our time with imagination, rigor, and empathy.
Among the dignitaries we have with us today are architect Tushar Sogani, Junior Vice President, Indian Institute of Architects; Professor Abhay Purohit, Honorable President, Council of Architecture and Patron of Transformations 2025; Dr. Vijay D. Patil, Honorable President and Chancellor, D.Y. Patil deemed to be University Navi Mumbai and co-patron of Transformations 2025; Architect Gajanand Ram, Vice President, Council of Architecture; Dr. Shivani V. Patil, Honorable Vice President and Pro-Chancellor, D.Y. Patil deemed to be University Navi Mumbai; Shri Raj Oberoi, Registrar, Council of Architecture and Coordinator of Transformations 2025; Professor Jay Shri Deshpande, Director, Council of Architecture, Training and Research Center and Convener of Transformations 2025; and Professor Aparna Surve, Dean, Dr. D.Y. Patil deemed to be University School of Architecture, Navi Mumbai, and co-convener, Transformations 2025.
As we now open our session, let us begin with a moment of reflection, with a tradition that marks the beginning of a learning journey. I invite all the dignitaries to proceed to the stage for invocation and lighting of the ceremonial lamp, after which I request them to take their seats on the stage. Let this be a reminder that clarity, wisdom, and transformation must be consciously evoked. Let this moment illuminate not just this stage, but the spirit of inquiry we hope to nurture throughout this conference.
Thank you, dignitaries. We shall now proceed with the felicitations. May I now request Professor Jayashree Deshpande, ma'am, to please felicitate Dr. Vijay D. Patil, sir. May I now request Dr. Vijay D. Patil, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor Abhay Purohit. May I now request Professor Abhay Purohit, sir, to please felicitate our guest, Architect Tushar Sugani. May I now request Dean Aparna Surve, ma'am, to please felicitate Vice President COA, Architect Gajanand Ram. May I request Aparna Surve, ma'am, to kindly felicitate Dr. Shivani Patil, ma'am. Surve ma'am to also felicitate Shri Raj Oberoi, Registrar Council of Architecture. Professor Abhay Purohit sir to please felicitate Professor Jayashree Deshpande ma'am. Last but not least, may I request Abhay Purohit sir to please felicitate Dean Aparna Surve ma'am. We are also honored to have among us the former presidents of Council of Architecture. May I now request Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit to kindly felicitate the former presidents of Council of Architecture, starting with Architect Premindra Raj Mehta. I request Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit to kindly felicitate Professor Vijay Shri Krishna Sohoni. request Professor Purohit to kindly felicitate Professor Uday Chandrakant Gadkari. Now request Professor Purohit to kindly felicitate Architect Viswaranjan Nayak. May I now request Professor Abhay Purohit to kindly felicitate Architect Habib Khan. Thank you, Professor Purohit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for all our dignitaries present with us today.
With the lamp lit and the stage set, it is now my privilege to invite the co-convener of the conference and the Dean of D.Y. Patil deemed to be University School of Architecture, Professor Aparna Surve, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Surve has led this academic institution through a period of expansion and reflection, and her leadership has been instrumental in shaping the vision of Transformations 2025, not just as a conference, but as a critical platform for institutional and pedagogic renewal. Professor Surve, may I invite you to the podium.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, Samir. A very good afternoon to everyone present today. On behalf of D.Y. Patil deemed to be University School of Architecture, it is my great privilege to welcome you all to the Council of Architecture's International Conference Transformations 2025, Co-Scripting Change with Disruptive Technologies in Architecture, Design and Urbanism. A warm greeting to our esteemed keynote speakers, invited guests, institutional partners, paper presenters, faculty colleagues, students, and everyone who has traveled across countries, cities, and disciplines to be part of this gathering. A heartfelt thank you to our Chancellor, Dr. Vijay D. Patil, sir, President of Council of Architecture, Architect Abhay Purohit, sir, Shri Raj Oberoi ji, Registrar of Council of Architecture, Professor Jayashree Deshpande, Director of Council of Architecture's Training and Research Center, Dr. Shivani Patil ma'am, Pro-Chancellor and Vice President, D.Y. Patil deemed to be University, all our collaborating institutions and almost all the many invisible hands behind the scenes, our organizing team, faculty and student volunteers who have worked with deep intent and tireless energy to make this conference possible. Patil School of Architecture is proud to host this dialogue as part of our evolving academic vision. We are committed to nurturing thinking and practice that is contextual, agile, and responsive to change. This conference is both a reflection of that aspiration and a step towards co-shaping the futures we want our students to inhabit. Why this conference and why now? Because the process of shaping our built environment today demand new ways of seeing, making, and relating. As an academic institution, we are not just responding to these shifts. We are actively participating in shaping the narrative of our students, researchers, and practitioners we build upon. The theme, co-scripting change with disruptive technologies in architecture, design, and urbanism, is an invitation. As technologies are disruptive, they displace, interrupt, and unsettle. But they also hold the potential to democratize access, shift powers, make systems more transparent, sustainable, inclusive, and adaptive. Disruption, in that sense, becomes catalytic. And the idea of co-scripting is central here. This is not a moment for singular authorship, but a collective agency. Change written with and not for. Across disciplines, across generations, across scales. Especially in India today, where there is momentum, innovation, and an urgency to reimagine, we felt the need to pause, reflect, and align with movements already transforming our landscape. This conference is a response to collaborate, to co-create, and co-script this transformation. At the heart of the gathering is a conceptual, prompt, catalytic thinking. It asks, how must we rewire our design schools, studios, and site to prepare learners for a future we cannot fully predict? How do we move beyond reactive modes and build frameworks that are iterative, agile, and reflective? And within this frame, we bring in craft, not as nostalgia, but situated, adaptive intelligence. Craft teaches us about climate, material, time, and care. It reminds us that value systems embedded in practice matter just as much as the tool of innovation. It is in how they speak to one another that true transformation occurs. Over the next 3 days, we have curated structures that are layered. Day 1 opens with keynote provocations and a moderated caucus to raise live and inciting questions. Day 2 brings together plenary sessions, research presentations, and panel discussions around the voices of disruption, process, and dialogue. Day 3 moves us towards resolution, not as closure, but as emergent clarity. From keynotes to interactive showcases, this conference has been envisioned as a living space, a space for provocation, process, and transformation. We are, all of us, standing in a transitional moment, technologically, climatically, and socially. We may not be able to predict it all, but we can gather, reflect, co-script thoughtfully. To the students and young professionals especially, your presence is not peripheral to this conference. You are the center of this journey. Your questions, your critique, your curiosity, that are what give this conference its true energy. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have contributed to this gathering with time, ideas, and belief. Let us use this space to engage deeply, question boldly, and co-imagine courageously. The world is shifting. Let us co-script and how we move with it. Thank you so much, and welcome once again to Transformation 2025.
Thank you, ma'am, for that deeply thoughtful and illuminating address. It is my honor now to introduce the convener of Transformations 2025, Professor Jayashree Deshpande, Director, Council of Architecture, Training and Research Center, Pune. Professor Deshpande has been instrumental in shaping the pedagogic and intellectual direction of architectural education in India. Her work at the COA Training and Research Center has built bridges between academia and professional practice, and between regulatory frameworks and emerging pedagogies. This conference is, in many ways, a reflection of her deep belief in a dialogue as a tool for institutional transformation. She has guided the structure and intent of Transformations 2025 with care, rigor, and vision. Professor Deshpande, may I invite you to please share your reflections.
A very good afternoon to all present, honorary dignitaries, members of the Council of Architecture, distinguished guests, our collaborators team at the D.Y. Patil School of Architecture, esteemed speakers, respected colleagues, scholars, practitioners, and dear participants from across the globe. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that I welcome each one of you on behalf of the Council of Architecture to Transformations 2025, a conference that brings us together to critically examine and imaginatively co-script change through the lens of disruptive technologies in architecture, design, and urbanism. Today, we gather at a pivotal moment, not only in technological advancement, but in the broader socio-ecological transformations that are shaping our lived environments. India, in particular, is undergoing one of the most rapid and complex urban transitions in the world. With over 600 million people projected to live in cities by 2030, we are witnessing unprecedented pressures on infrastructure, ecology, housing, heritage, and governance. This scenario demands new frameworks of thinking, designing, and doing. Disruptive technologies offer both opportunities and dilemmas in this context. On one hand, they promise efficiency, innovation, and scalability. On the other hand, they raise critical questions about equity, sustainability, data ethics, and socio-cultural continuity. It is within these tensions that Transformations 2025 situates itself, not merely to showcase technological novelty, but to interrogate its meaning, its impact, and its value within our urban and architectural landscapes. This conference aims to critically engage with this dynamic terrain and stimulate deep interdisciplinary discussions on how disruptive technologies are shaping the built and the unbuilt environment. How we as a community of architects, urbanists, designers, educators, and researchers might respond to this. Through 4 thematic pillars ranging from historical evolution and societal impacts to future design, speculation, and sustainability-oriented case studies, we hope to explore not just what is changing, but how we can challenge conventions, build solidarities, and imagine new possibilities for a world in flux. Practitioners in India work in an extremely complex landscape, marked by rapid urbanization, inadequate infrastructure, regulatory processes, and a widening gap between design ideals and on-ground execution. Many professionals, especially in the smaller cities, struggle with access to updated data, evolving codes, and professional upskilling opportunities. There is also a critical challenge of reconciling sustainability with affordability, and the perpetual question, how do we build resilient, inclusive, and environmentally conscious spaces within tight budgets and equally tight timelines? Recognizing these gaps, the Government of India has launched several initiatives to support technology adoption in the urban development. The recent focus on geospatial data policy liberalization, BIM mandates for public projects, and capacity building through platforms like the National Urban Learning Platforms are all encouraging steps. However, the real opportunity lies on how we integrate disruptive technologies like AI, GIS, parametric design, digital twins, and generative tools into everyday practice. These technologies can revolutionize the way we simulate, design, and deliver projects. What we need now is not just innovation, but inclusive innovation, where these tools become accessible to a wider community of practitioners and are adapted meaningfully into the Indian context. And this is precisely where Transformations 2025 comes in, creating a space for collaboration between academia, practice, and policy, and co-scripting change that is not only technological, but deeply human. For practicing architects, this platform is an invitation to reflect on the shift in tools, materials, processes, and ethics that are now becoming integral to practice. How do we retain contextuality, humanity, and ecological sensitivity while adopting automation, generative design, or digital fabrication? How can practice become a space of experimentation and social innovation? Architecture and design education in India today also stands at a critical juncture. While there has been a steady expansion in the number of institutions and also in the programs offered, the sector faces several persistent challenges. Importantly, exposure to interdisciplinary thinking and limited access to contemporary tools and global practices are some things that one needs to think about. For educators, this moment compels a fundamental rethinking of pedagogy. The traditional studio model, while valuable, is often slow to adapt to the evolving demands of the built environment. Students are expected to design for a world that is increasingly shaped by complexity, uncertainty, climate urgency, and digital transformation, yet they are taught using analog methods within siloed disciplines. The studio must therefore become a crucible for transdisciplinary thinking, critical technology literacy, and collaborative problem solving. This is where disruptive technologies can play a transformative role. Tools like AI, AR, VR, parametric and generative design, digital fabrication, and immersive simulations offer new ways of thinking, creating, and collaborating. They will enable our students to test ideas rapidly and visualize alternatives and respond to data-driven insights in real time. Moreover, digital platforms can bridge resource gaps by offering access to global repositories of knowledge, online design reviews, and collaborative learning environments. Technologies often also open doors to inclusive and diverse pedagogies, bringing in voices from different geographies, professions, and communities. Technology, however, is not a replacement for critical thinking or creative inquiry. It is an enabler. And disruptive technologies, when embedded thoughtfully, can help us to co-script a more agile, exploratory, and adaptive system that will prepare our students to become not just professionals, but problem solvers and change makers. Transformations 2025 encourages us to look at how we teach, what we teach, and whom we teach it for. We are proud to have created a space for dialogue that bridges disciplines: architecture, urbanism, engineering, philosophy, healthcare, law, economics, and the arts. Importantly, we hope to forge enduring connections between architecture and sociology, design and data, urbanism and law, technology and equity. In doing so, Transformations 2025 aspires to become a catalyst for thoughtful innovation that is inclusive, critical, and future-ready. I would like to thank Dr. Vijay Patil and Professor Aparna Survey from DYPUSA for their gracious collaboration with COA for this conference. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the respected members of the Scientific Committee and Advisory Board for their invaluable guidance, rigorous reviews, and thoughtful insights that have shaped the academic and intellectual direction of this conference. Your commitment to upholding the highest standards of scholarship and your generous support in curating a rich and relevant program will become instrumental in shaping the success of the conference. We are deeply thankful for the time, effort, and vision that you have contributed to this collaborative endeavor. I also offer my sincere gratitude to all our academic partners, technical collaborators, esteemed speakers, researchers, paper presenters, panelists, and participants who have contributed to enriching the quality of this conference. I especially thank our emerging scholars and young practitioners. Your questions and your courage to question are vital to shaping the futures that we will imagine here. We hope that Transformations 2025 becomes more than just a conference. Let it become a catalyst, a place where ideas will take root, practices are reoriented, and new urban and architectural futures are co-authored with care, critique, and imagination. We look forward to continued engagement and enriching learning experience in the days ahead. Thank you all so much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayashree ma'am, for your valuable insights. May I now invite architect Tushar Sogani to kindly address this gathering. Thank you.
Very good evening to all of you. Dr. Vijay Patil, Dr. Shivani Patil, Professor Abhay Purohit, Professor Gajananji, Jayashree Madam, Aparna Madam, R.K. Oberoi ji, and all our past president of COA. I think it is one of those auspicious occasions in last 2 years when we have started thinking or conceiving about this conference. The way in which first idea emerged to us, I remember when all of us were here, and the way in which it has been executed today, I think it is a fantastic attempt by D.Y. Patil University. And kudos to all the stakeholders who are involved in this conference, in curating this conference, and I think it's a balanced mixture of scholars, the stalwart architects from overseas, academicians, and paper readers, and many budding architects who are sitting in this august gathering. I think in the last couple of years, kudos to the leadership of Professor Abhay Purohit. You know, he has been so instrumental in elevating the essence of this profession to such greater elevation. And I, being representing Institute of Architects, you know, have been witnessing this for the last couple of years that we have been together, IIA and COA, in almost every function, every conference. I think that is the best part of our profession. When COA and IIA, you know, come together shoulder to shoulder, understand their responsibilities and understand the challenges in the profession and the way in which it is executed, I think kudos to your leadership, Professor Purohit. And today, you know, I am getting a bit emotional because when I'm seeing Mr. Architect P.R. Mehta, when he came to my college, I was just a student, you know, and I still remember. So I think you will not allow me to stop a standing ovation to go to all the past president of COA along with the present president. I think there should be a standing ovation for the presidents of Council of Architecture. I think, sir, you guys have done a fantastic contribution to the profession, sir, and it has been actually all your efforts, all your attempts, you know, which has brought this profession to such a greater elevation. Right from Professor P.R. Mehta to Vijay Soni sir, Uday Gadgari sir, Nayak sir, Habib Khan sir, and last but not the least, Abhay Purohit. Abhay Purohit ji. So thanks a lot, sir. And I have learned in last years when I have been actually doing my responsibility for IIA that there's a lot of things to learn, when we create a balance between both the organization, both the institutes. And the result has been that we have been at IIA, we have been able to brought for the first time ever in the history of independent India, UIA, Union of International Architects, to our kitty. And that is happening none other than the city of Mumbai. And I think by seeing all the arrangements, Dr. Patil, again I'm getting emotional, and I'm telling you that today at IIA I am taking a call. Definitely I'll ask my other committee members that we are definitely going to make knowledge partners at DY Patil for Union of International Architects, which is proposed to be held in Mumbai. And we didn't stop there. In fact, a lot of international events are coming to India because, our profession, by a collaborative efforts of COA and IIA, has been, getting elevated day by day. And Arcacia is also being held in India in the year 2026. And trust me, not that I'm brought up in this country, but last 10, 15, 20 years has been dramatically, has changed the scenario of Indian fertile platform, I can see, without any offense, big architects, Zaha, Hadid, Norman Foster's, everyone is having eye on India because India is a very fertile ground. And trust me, we will take this profession to a very greater elevation and will really raise the flag of this profession across the globe. And the responsibility lies a lot on the budding architects. I don't call them students, they are the budding architects because they are the one who actually create the future of this country. And if they will be getting advantage through such conferences, such meaningful conferences, I think the theme of the topic, which was curated by the convener and the co-convener, disruptive technologies is the need of the hour. And I think next coming 2 days will be very impactful and I think very meaningful. We'll have a lot of deliberations and a lot of good things as a take-homes to us. And last but not the least, I again thank DY Patil University to curate this event and thanks from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now have the distinct pleasure of inviting Dr. Vijay D. Patil, Honorable President and Chancellor of DY Patil deemed to be University and co-patron of Transformations 2025 to deliver his address. Dr. Patil is a leader whose vision for higher education has consistently embraced both breadth and depth, advancing interdisciplinary learning, global collaboration, and institutional integrity. Thank you, Dr. Patil. We now wait to hear from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the President of the Architecture Council of India, Professor Abhay Purohit, sir, all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. I see a number of past presidents of the Architecture Council. I extend a very warm welcome to all of them on behalf of DY Patil University. We have some very distinguished visitors from across the globe representing some of the best design firms and architectural firms from around the world who are amongst the audience. I extend a very warm welcome to all of them. We have architects who have come in from all regions of the country, some prominent names, and academicians, students, faculty members. Today, I stand before you in my capacity as Chancellor of this institution, but let me make a confession here that most of the faculty members, most of my fellow members have normally seen me more often on a construction site wearing a helmet rather than in the boardrooms. Because architecture and civil engineering has always been a matter of deep passion for me and deep interest for me. My professional qualification, I'm a computer engineer by profession, but I think architecture and civil engineering is something that has been driven me for many decades now. My journey and my love affair with architecture and civil engineering started way back in 1983. It was aligned to my father's vision, Dr. D.Y. Patil, who's been my living God. My father always had this vision that opportunities of quality healthcare and education should be available across the length and breadth of India. So I remember in 1983 when he embarked upon this vision of providing opportunities of education across in our various parts of our state. I was entrusted the responsibility of, I was just in college then, I was entrusted the responsibility of setting up and putting up the first college on our campus. And I recollect at that time we had an architect, a very senior architect by the name of Mr. Meherban Singh. He was based out of Delhi. My father knew him through some personal contacts. Information was not something that was freely available, the manner in which information is available today. He used to visit the campus every 15, 20 days. He had to travel by trains to come over here. And I recollect those early years, how the building was conceptualized, how it was conceived. Those were the times where you didn't have any Zoom calls. I remember when the plans used to come, they used to be in the form of using a drawing board with drafters. And it was pretty much the start of my introduction to architecture and civil engineering almost 3.5, 4 decades ago. And since then, of course, it has evolved. My journey continued in the field of architecture and civil engineering. Before I dive deep into it, I want to like put it up front that it's going to be a little bit of a self-indulgent journey that I'm going to embark upon. So please bear with me, because I think that's something, I think it might have a few perspectives which you might get from a person who's been involved in the task of institutional building and reforms. The second project that, of course, I took up was the setting up of the D.Y. Patil Stadium, and I think the genesis for that was planted somewhere way back in Australia in 91, 92. There I saw great synergy between educational infrastructure, sports infrastructure, and healthcare all in one place. I happened to study in a university which was one of the first private universities to be set up in Australia. And there I saw firsthand the great synergy that existed between creating great academic infrastructure, creating great educational infrastructure, and that was coupled with the culture of sports. And I think that was a very important lesson and a valuable lesson to me in terms of what I ventured out to do in the future. Then, of course, came my journey through, establishment of the D.Y. Patil Stadium. Again, things had evolved, things that had moved on. Sports architecture at that point of time, I would say in the year 2005, was still in its infancy in a sense. It might have been very well refined and defined around the globe. But in India, at that point of time, sports architecture was something in its infancy. And it was at that point of time, of course, where we looked at different aspects of sports, sports architecture. When the stadium was built, it was one of the first stadiums to have, where sight lines were taken into account. These sound as very basic, requirements for designing any modern sports infrastructure. But in the year 2005, 2006, it was something that was not often thought of. It was one of the first structures where we experimented with tensile roofs, where, it was the first fabric roof in the entire country. We had viewing galleries which didn't have any kind of obstruction. And so that was something that was pioneering in its own way at that point of time. Having constructed the stadium, of course, the expectations, my own passion and interest was further triggered. And then there was always this great overwhelming desire that what can we do to create benchmark facilities which would rival with the very best facilities around the world. I remember when my father started these institutions, it was one of the first private initiatives in higher education. And there were a lot of skeptics because a lot of people questioned the fact that whether quality infrastructure could be created by private institutions in the country. And growing up as a son and watching his journey, him facing all those criticism, kind of triggered me and drove me to the point where I felt that we needed to create an educational facility which would rival with some of the very best facilities around the world. I've always believed that when you visit places, when you go to different countries, you observe things that happen all around you. They provide great source of inspiration to you for creating beautiful things. I recollect the time, of course, when I mentioned about 1983, information was limited and we could only appoint architects through our personal relations or through references from common friends. In 2010, it was a much different situation. You had the internet. You could use technology to, search and browse for some of the best architects in the world. And that led me to my visit to the Fosters and Partners office in London in 2010. And what was something fundamentally amazing for me to experience was the fact that I remember when I walked into that office, and it's a beautiful office along the, just along the lakeside, and you had about 300, 400, individuals, some of the best brains in the world working all together. There I saw firsthand the collaborative effort that takes place among architects in designing great buildings, iconic facilities. You had engineers, you had architects, you had industrial design specialists, you had MEP engineers, you had environmental specialists, you had movement strategists, artists, graphic designers, you name it, and all the best minds and resources were there, available there in the single facility. And there I truly witnessed what is possible when people work together, collaborate together in teams and design facilities. And that was a big learning curve for me during my visit in England. The Center of Excellence today, where we are all present over here, is a representation of that vision that we've had for this building. I would like to say that this is one of the first platinum accredited building in the country, in the university. Sustainability is something that is built at the heart of its structure, whether it's the use of energy, whether it's the use of materials, whether it's the use of water, transportation. So every aspect of the facility has been thoroughly researched with the help of some of the best experts around the world in order to design this building. Of course, post-2010, construction took a lot of time, and then we've again ventured into the healthcare facility. Healthcare has always been something that's been very important for us as a group. There again, we've had the opportunity of collaborating with HOK Architects, again, one of the leading design firms in the world, designing healthcare facilities. They have to their credit some facilities like the Barts Hospital in England and also Princeton Hospital. And there again, I've just seen in this passage of time over the last 3-4 decades, I've seen how architecture has evolved, civil engineering has evolved. When I started off my construction journey, it was with very basic tools. I mean, I remember, we didn't have great formwork. It was a manually intensive driven process in construction to the point where we've reached here, where now so many of the advantages, so many of the things that are happening today in the architectural field and civil engineering are shaping the way we design our buildings. The hospital has been a great learning curve for me. It's what's been truly interesting to see and absorb in this planning process has been the effort that has been given in terms of, what you call is the experience that patients get, the experience that people who come into the facility get, and the emphasis that is played in terms of having a workplace consultancy, in terms of trying to understand how the end use of the building is going to be. And what has also fascinated me is the way technology has been embedded in these buildings. We've seen as we move in this world today, there's so many changes happening. Things are being changed by the day. And it was amazing to see the way technology has been integrated into the heart and core of the building to ensure that your buildings are more efficient, patient experiences are better. You're talking about building hybrid operation theaters. You talk about building facilities which will be flexible, dynamic, which can change function at times when you require it. And that is something that has been quite fundamental for all of us to see here. So I think I've been very fortunate that in this task of institutional building, I've been a witness to this progress. I'm not going to dwell too much into the technical aspects of architecture and the topic of today's discussion, because there are so many distinguished experts who are going to kind of share their knowledge with all of you over the next 2-3 days. But this has been an extremely satisfying journey. I recollect the time when we've had matches at our venue. You know, we had some of the world's leading artists perform at that venue. You know, we had 2 FIFA World Cups, IPL finals. And when you see 50, 60,000 people, you know, roaring in unison, and that's the adrenaline high that one gets when you create facilities of this nature. I think life is an accumulation of all those moments that you experience in a facility. For me, it's been something that has been so profound when I stand in the middle of that stadium and when I witness these, you know, great events taking place, some great performers performing there on musical events, you know, great sporting heroes gracing those fields. That gives you an inspiration and an adrenaline high which nothing else can recreate in your life. Today, when I walk into this facility and I see these wonderful academicians, wonderful architects, all assembled over here at our venue, it's a very inspiring thing for me personally that when people come in such numbers, they appreciate the facility. When I see some of my students sitting in the garden or they are, you know, in the lobbies outside, and I see the smile on their face and the kind of joy that they're experiencing being part of this facility is one of the things that's most satisfying for me in this journey of mine. The hospital has been no exception to that journey. Just seeing patients come in, just seeing them, you know, being treated well by doctors. It's a wonderful environment. I always say this, that education, healthcare and sports are the best environment that one can possibly be in. So I think that's made my journey very satisfying. There are many things that I could speak, but I think we've already run, you know, we are running late with this program, so I'm going to stop sharing my thoughts right now with you because there are other speakers to share their views on this occasion. Once again, I'd like to thank the Architecture Council of India for collaborating with this university and you know, giving us this opportunity to partner with you to host this particular event. And I'm sure that all the audience, all the members who are part of this gathering will have an informative and a very productive time at this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patil, sir, for sharing your journey and passion towards architecture and your continued patronage to creating architectural landmarks. It is now my honor to invite the President of Council of Architecture and the Chief Patron of Transformations 2025, Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit, to address this gathering. Professor Purohit brings to the Council not only administrative foresight, but a long-standing commitment to architectural education and public service. We are deeply grateful for his support in enabling this conference and for his continued belief in the role of academic platforms as catalysts for systemic change. Sir, we look forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you.
Namaskar. Dignitary on the dais, Dr. Vijay Patil ji, Dr. Shivani ji, Tushar Sogani ji, Gajanan Ram ji, Oberoi ji, Jayashri Deshpande madam, Aparna Surve madam, our former presidents of Council of Architecture who are present there, members of the Council of Architecture, researchers, architects, panelists, experts across the world who have gathered here. I bring you greetings from Council of Architecture. I do also have on one side II with me and NASA India with me. Council of Architecture also has signed a formal memorandum of understanding with NASA because we believe that we have to look at 360 degrees of the scenarios. At one end of it, if it is a society, somewhere there, the student bodies are there. Out there, we have the academicians, we have the profession, and we have a larger sort of a sphere which is happening around whatever is happening at the world level. The entire idea of these international conferences which we as a council started from last year is to possibly bring the policymakers, the academia, the students, the professionals together so that the changes which we anticipate in those 4 closed walls, whether those changes are right or wrong, could be ascertained, could be checked, counter-checked, and then actually taken for the implementation. But while doing that, this implementation also has to be very, very fast. So the first conference in this series was about the future of architecture education at VIT Vellore. And the second which we are talking about is disruptive technologies. And we are going to talk soon, maybe immediately after this sort of a schedule, that what is going to be the third one, because the third conference also already has been planned and would be coming in. And these are the areas whereupon we have to look at in a very, very critical fashion. We all are at crossroads, the entire world is at a crossroads, the humanity is at the crossroads, and we know that the technological disruption is also going to change a lot of things together. And profession is one part of it, but education also is going to change in a very, very different fashion. So the way the linearity of the education was happening around, this is no more going to be a linear sort of education. We are going to have a sort of a maybe crisscross, maybe matrix, maybe horizontal, vertical, and in the days to come, it is going to be a student-centric education, and that's what National Education Policy is talking about. And when we student-centric education, it is not an easy task, because I, as a teacher, I was capable of always going to be a class and saying that, okay, so guys, we are going to learn this, and that is how it used to happen, and whatever I'm going to teach, you are going to learn. That was another thing which was happening around, and this kind of a concept of a traditional classroom is actually now has become absolutely outdated. It's supposed to be a partnership actually now. A teacher and a student, they are going to be in a close partnership with each other. A student is capable of also actually bringing something as a value proposition on a table, and the teacher also is going to learn, and the teacher is going to bring the experience out there, and along with that, as such, possibly all of us together have to start learning about the disruptive technologies. That's why this conference is. We have the thinkers, we have those practitioners who are a bit ahead of time, who have already started practicing it, who have already started doing research on it, who already have a bit of an understanding. And I'm sorry to say this, but I'm saying that whatever we are talking about disruptive technologies, it is only the first part of it which we are witnessing. There's a baby which is actually going to grow, and it is going to be a very robust thing to happen in the days to come, for which we all should be prepared, and that's why the conference on the disruptive technology is there. This is not going to be only the research sort of the conference. Normally what happens is that these conferences, they actually end up in having the publication, and the publication is seen only by those who are interested, but that is not the purpose of any kind of a research. Whatever learning which is coming from the research as such, we should be capable of actually putting up it in the practice. It has to be integrated properly, and for that integration, this conference is there. That is the importance, ladies and gentlemen, which this conference carries for us as a Council of Architecture. I'm thankful to my members of Council of Architecture, because they are there, they are going to be witnessing everything. And I know that once with that kind of a thing happens as such, we all would be capable of coming possibly at a one sort of a level whereupon we would be capable of developing an insight about what is happening around in the world. We are going to be getting the glimpses of that, and that would be actually giving us a chance of making a very, very matured policy as to what is supposed to come in the future for education as well as profession. We all know that India is going to be posing actually very strongly with that developed economy. We have immense potential in terms of a reasonably educated, young manpower available at our disposal. And we have immense responsibility also to serve the world in a very, very proper fashion. In that sense, It is envisaged by Government of India that our services, architectural services, should be at par with the international practices. And this gap, as a Council of Architecture, we have a mandate to basically bridge this gap as early as possible. If that has to happen, we have to move very, very fast. That's why this conference is there. And while doing that, as such, when I accidentally came here, or with invitation I came here, and I saw the vision of Dr. Vijay Patil ji. This is a great thing to happen, Vijay ji. Absolutely great, because I was telling him that if at all somebody would like to have a client, the client should be like Dr. Vijay Patil. Problem with the architects many a times is that client actually doesn't understand what architecture is. What are those points which has to be seen? Whatever he has talked about, he talked about all that actually which one professional would talk, and so I was telling him that there is also a possibility that because we are talking about having the varied sort of the programs which are happening around, so there could be also program very well planned for training of the clients. And he could be Professor Emeritus for that training program. I'm very, very sure, and I'm not like joking, this is very, very important. We have to understand this is very, very relevant, because clients many a times do not understand that what has to be expected from the architect, and thereby architect actually many a times, falls short. That would not happen if the clients are really sensitized towards it. That actually also would be helping in terms of the resource conservation. That will be helping in terms of actually enjoying the design process in a holistic fashion, and a lot of things could be achieved. I am very, very happy. On behalf of Council of Architecture, I express my gratitude towards you, sir. We require people like you who understand the essence of it and who are there to support such kind of the activities. Thank you very much. We are glad to be here at D.Y. Patil Center of Excellence. Council of Architecture is coming up with lots of initiatives, and one of the initiatives is Center of Excellence and Research at Bangalore. The entire program has been sort of revised and re-revised, etc., and now we are ready, and that would be starting soon. And we are going to have about 15 state-of-art laboratories which are not seen by the world anywhere, because I have also traveled, I have discussed, and no comprehensive roof is available under which the laboratories, state-of-art laboratories about disruptive technology and built environment would be established. That is a center which is going to come soon as such, and the proceedings of this conference also are going to be the insight for that kind of activity. I'm thankful to all international speakers, guests, national speakers and guests, my council members, architects, participants. I'm very, very sure that these 3 days are going to be immensely enjoyable for each and every one of you, and we would be capable of taking it back to actually policy making, and that's what is going to be greatest achievement of this. My best wishes are with everybody. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, Professor Purohit, for sharing your thoughts on how this conference connects all stakeholders with the challenges and opportunities ahead. As we continue to mark the spirit of transformations, it gives us immense pleasure to now turn to a very special moment in our inaugural session, the launch of 3 publications by the Council of Architecture that reflect the collective intellect, inquiry, and imagination of our academic and professional fraternity. May I now request Dr. Anurag Kashyap, Principal BNCA Pune, and Dr. Anirudh Paul, former Director, KRVIA Mumbai, to join the dignitaries on the stage for the book launch. initiatives are being launched today. The Urban Studio Research Project, training program on teaching and applying humanities in architecture, and a special issue of the refereed Journal of Council of Architecture, the JCOA.
Thank you. With this, we conclude the inaugural session of Transformations 2025. A heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries, speakers, and guests who have set the tone for the days to come with insight, inspiration, and intent. We invite you to carry this energy forward to the sessions ahead as we collectively explore, question, and co-script the future of our built environment. We will resume within 10 minutes for the first keynote introduction. We urge you to actively participate, challenge assumptions, and contribute your insights, for it is through such collective engagement that true transformation occurs. We look forward to continuing the dialogue. Thank you, and let the conversations begin. May we have a huge round of applause for everyone here.
Members of the audience to not wander far, because we are starting the next section literally in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Professor Abhay Purohit, President Council of Architecture. And I am happy to inform you that Council of Architecture, in collaboration with the D.Y. Patil University, is coming up with the Transformations 2025, an international conference on the disruptive technologies, whereupon people would come, people would discuss about artificial intelligence, its impact. It would discuss about the various different technologies, which are the modern day technologies, and how its impact is going to be there on architecture in particular, but generally how it would be happening around for education as well as the profession.
I'm Jayashree Deshpande, architect, I'm with the academic unit of the Council of Architecture, which is called the Training and Research Center based in Pune. Council of Architecture is coming out with the second edition of the international conference titled Transformations 2025. The idea of transformations comes because architecture by itself is undergoing a sea change and technology is playing a very big role in this change. Through this conference, we are hoping that we would be able to bring technology closer to students of architecture, to the faculty of architecture, and also expose them to what positive actions technology can have on our circle of practice, education, and research.
I'm Professor Aparna Surve, Dean, D.Y. Patil School of Architecture, D.Y. Patil deemed to be University, Navi, Mumbai.
We request all attendees to please take your seats. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. All attendees, please note that for your convenience, each of your iCards actually have a QR code at the back side of it. You can actually scan the QR code in order to post your questions during any point in time during the conference.
Hello, is it on? May I request everyone, those who are seated, thank you to all of you. But those who are leaving the auditoriums, I'm requesting them to please be seated in next 5 minutes. The international speakers have traveled from a huge distance. Please maintain it and please tell your friends and colleagues to join in next 5 minutes. We have 4 important long sessions and they need to be started in no time. Please do not leave the auditoriums. We never meant to give this 10 minutes break, but we understand that is required. Please do not leave and please call your friends back. Thank you so much.
part of this conference by way of writing research papers and be there in June in this fantastic venue to be a part of the discussion and take. Just right position. Yeah, so I'm seeing the height. It's fine, right?
You can lift it up a little bit.
कन्नड़ में ऐसे छोटा रखा था इधर तक कन्नड़ में talking her mic was here. And she kept it on.
Hello everyone, this is Professor Abhay Purohit, President Council of Architecture. And I am happy to inform you that
Good evening and welcome to the first segment of the keynote. Good evening and welcome to the first segment of the keynote sessions at Transformations 2025. I am Professor Mary Thomas.
And I am Architect Prabhuddha Mukherjee. Together, we have the privilege of hosting you through this unfolding journey of ideas, an exploration shaped by some of the most vital and thought-provoking voices in contemporary design and urban discourse.
This session opens the intellectual arc of the conference, where we move from institutional alignment to reflective engagement. Today's speakers are here not just to present, but to provoke, to incite thought, and to stretch the ways in which we approach the built environment. Structured in two parts, the session features two distinguished voices. We begin with Keynote by architect Joao Albuquerque, partner at BIG, Bjarke Ingels Group, a globally renowned firm known for its inventive, performance-driven approach to architecture and urbanism.
He will be followed by a presentation by Dr. Sergio Porta, whose work in urban morphology and spatial networks is inciting paradigm shifts to the field. After both keynotes, we will open the floor for a Q&A session, an opportunity to continue the conversation in dialogue with our speakers. We invite you to submit your questions via the QR code displayed on the screen and as well as behind your iCards, which will take you to a short Google form. You're welcome to include your name and institutional affiliation. If your question is selected, you may choose to stand and be acknowledged.
Now, it's my pleasure to formally introduce our first keynote speaker, architect Joao Albuquerque. Joao Albuquerque is a partner at BIG, Bjarke Ingels Group, a firm known worldwide for its bold, conceptually driven, and environmentally responsive architecture. He began his journey with BIG in Copenhagen in 2008 and later went on to lead the development of BIG's Barcelona office, where he currently serves as design director and partner. His portfolio includes a diverse range of typology, cultural institutions, high-rise towers, research-based master plans, and some of BIG's most progressive sustainability-driven projects across Europe, the Mediterranean, and South America. At the core of Joao's design practice lies a continuous exploration of how computational tools, material performance, and urban systems can come together to produce architecture that is both visionary and grounded. In today's keynote, titled Hedonistic Sustainability, Joao dispels the myth that sustainability requires sacrifice. Instead, he proposes a design philosophy that embraces performance, ecological responsibility, and human pleasure as coexisting ambitions. Through BIG's portfolio, Joao invites us to ask, can sustainability become a source of joy? Can design make responsibility desirable? These are the questions at the heart of co-scripting change. Now, please join us in welcoming Joao Albuquerque to the stage. May I invite Professor Jayashree Deshpande, convener of the conference, Director COATRC, to felicitate architect Joao Albuquerque. thank you for the warm felicitation, ma'am. Now it is the time for the most awaited session. Stage is all yours, Joao.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Some have evaded, but many have come back. My name is Joao, as was mentioned. I just want to start by thanking, of course, the Patil University and the Council of Architecture for the opportunity of being here, sharing our thoughts and how we do the things we do. And of course, starting by thanking Dean and the Chancellor for the amazing tour this morning, both on this incredible building that you're lucky to live in and on the amazing work of the students that we've seen this morning from first year to fourth years to experimentation of materials and drawings and embedding sound in geometries. And of course the sculpture, the ceramics work, the paintings, all of that is being developed in this symbiotic educational environment. I think I'm a little bit far. I think transformation is the capacity to actually create a new benchmark, and this building is that. It creates a new benchmark for education, for the way one should learn. And this is how we also set ourselves, that's also our mission, to transform through the architecture we create, because art in its best transforms the way we see the world. Architecture in its best transforms the way we use the world. A little bit about us. We are 4 main offices and several different local offices on project-based offices. Our main offices are Copenhagen, London, New York, and Barcelona. We had the opportunity of having some of you last year visiting us. We are roughly 700 plus people globally. Maybe it does a little bit of a feedback, if we could cancel one of these. We're 700 people globally, 300 in Copenhagen, 150 in New York and London, and 100 now in Barcelona. And we are a cocktail of nationalities. And it's really, that's where the creative power emerges from the mix of everyone's background. So please, by all means, join us at Big. We are, sometimes that creative power is not only applicable in architecture, it also becomes different haircuts. But the way we process and find out what to do is really a Darwinian process of trial and error, where there's no better sketch or worse sketch. There is just a sequence of attempts where we study all options. There are better looking options, more functional options, but in the end, the aim is to arrive through an evolutionary process to conclude on the best building for the client, for the environment, for its users. We work from the scale of the product to the scale of the planet. So when we asked us as architects, what do you do? We actually don't really know what to say, because we do everything at all scales. So we do projects from community, projects at an energy. This is an energy power plant that burns trash, converts trash into energy, clean energy. Living social housing in Denmark. Workplace, Google, headquarters in Mountain View. Towers, maybe can we cancel this one? And I'll just speak here. Yeah, perfect. Better? Super. Towers this is a tower that will also present in New York. Hospitality, our tiniest of hotels in the north of Sweden. Retail, Galerie Lafayette in Champs-Élysées. Culture, a museum that is a bridge and a sculpture in the north of Norway. Gastronomy, the best restaurant in the world, Noma in Copenhagen. Stadium, this is a stadium for the Oakland Days, where rather than creating a white elephant in the middle of the city, we propose to the Oakland Days and the city to create a park open 24/7 on the roofscape of the Oakland Days. Exhibition, the Future Riyadh Expo. Resiliency, a 10 miles park that we're now building, sheltering Manhattan from the sea, but also celebrating the relationship between both. Mobility, project with Elon Musk and Richard Branson on Hyperloop's homes and pods. Airport, the largest. Maybe it will echo again. We'll try. Can you still hear me? Yes. And airport, so the largest timber structure in the world, at the moment being developed in Zurich by our local team. Urbanism, we just announced this master plan in Dubai, so the Palm sits right on that side. This is the largest, the last large land bank at the heart of Dubai. And this is where we have the Jebel Ali racecourse at the center. We proposed a park that really becomes a new gift for the city. City planning, and this is where I will also begin the project that we're doing in Bhutan, for the King of Bhutan, where we're envisioning the full development of a new city and key pieces of infrastructure. And we're also developing synergies and mapping the synergies across the world on how to spend energy, sustainable energy, in areas where you have more of some and less of others. So really tracking what is the individual consumption of energy, of sustainable energy, and our consumption of goods, and needed harvesting to actually create something that we call the master planet, a mapping for the planet and for its use. And several projects that we're doing with NASA and ICANN, where I will end on planet and off planet. And ultimately, I mean, our buildings look different because they perform differently. So our architectures maybe are less conventional. It's not one geometry that follows the next. It's actually driven by ideas. So the buildings perform in their own different climates and to their own different contexts. So that reactions of different architectures is because of its specificity. And 2/3 of our clients are repeat clients precisely because we engage on a process of dialogue where the creation emerges from. So we have no intent of developing our ideas in isolation. Innovation actually occurs through dialogue and exposure to someone else's thoughts. So to start with something that we call mindful urbanism, we had the opportunity to start collaborating with the King of Bhutan in a master plan for a new city where it's densely populated by very heavy water streams and very heavy elephant streams. And as I've experienced just in my last week in Sri Lanka, running in the evening and facing an elephant, you should not mess with elephants. So we mapped both the paths of the water and the paths of the elephants. So the city is developed to not interfere with any of those and to coexist with both. So within that, we're developing also a series of pieces of infrastructure, like the airport, like the dam that is also a temple, there is also a stair, and all the pieces of infrastructure are actually bridges that cross the many rivers. So there are schooling and learning, there is also markets, and other types of markets and different temples and contemplation moments. But we're also developing an archetype of what the modern vernacular architecture is. So really taking into consideration all the learnings from sustainable architecture in Bhutan within that climate and creating a catalog for how the future architecture should be. Within that, we're also now developing the airport. And the airport is really a modern vernacular piece of architecture where it's fully engraved and detailed, where architecture merges with painting and with sculpture, as we have here in the university, where the ornament that was lost through modernity in architecture is brought back. So we can actually enjoy both space and ornament. And we, if some of you have been at the Venice Biennale, this is 2 Bhutanese carpenters and artists that have been at our office carving, and we had cameras pointing at, so AI tracking their movements and patterns, and the milling machine was co-working with them. So on one side you have the robot-produced side, and on the other side you have the man-made produced side. At the Biennale, because of course having a milling working is a little bit dangerous, we were not allowed to have it performing, so the robot was just brushing. But the point is really the synergy between man-made and AI and tech-made and robotics, that it can really create a coexistence for a future that we want to see ourselves living and bringing back ornament and the depth of architecture to contemporary architecture. But maybe to start from the beginning, the beginning of big, the birth of big is the most basic form of architecture, which is housing. So this was, I sold my apartment at the mountain to move to Barcelona. It is a building that was supposed to be two, thus programmatic alchemy. It was supposed to be a silo and was supposed to be a housing building. A silo owned by the city, a housing building owned by a private developer. It is the parking house below and the series of repeated houses above. You have a diagonal lift at the very center of it that enables you to cross through the parking. And then when you enter in your own private realm of privacy with balconies that have 1 meter deep, so you're not able to see your neighbor, where it has constantly these reusable water. All the water that is fallen in the building is reused for the full vegetation. So it really looks almost like this Cambodian temple in the middle of Denmark. And the same client then gave us what we call the 8th house, this 500 units building in the middle of nowhere at the beginning. And it really survived for a long time because it is a cocktail of typologies, but the secret sauce is this diagonal street that starts at 0 level and ends up at the 9th floor. So a loop that enables children and people that live on the 1st floor to run up the street and work with the children on the 9th floor. So it doesn't work as a building, it works as a village. So it works as a very strong community since day one when there was nothing around. And transformation occurs when you're able to build something that shows you that life can be different at the same price per square meter of construction of the building next door. So this is where transformation exists, where you can pick up the traditional ingredients and combine them differently. The same thing with this building. Like similar logics, different contexts. This is also a housing building in Holland, in Amsterdam. The building lifts to enable you to park your boat in the very heart of the courtyard. So you see kids jumping in, this playful engagement. You see the DNA of both the mountain and the 8th house in. Everyone can walk up to the roof and see the surroundings. But it is a building that lives and exists in this manner because of the water. Another courtyard building, this time in New York, West 57, has the same proportions as Central Park. And our client owned the building behind. So the only requirement was give everyone views to the Hudson and don't block my views from my existing building. Don't decrease the value of my own building. So the building is this perimeter block that creates a Zen garden at the very center. Everyone has views to the Hudson, and so the architecture really simply responds to the constraints and really creates this building that is both a tower, is a spire, it is this sequence of different looks and visuals. It is this court scraper that distinguishes itself from everything else due to its constraints. Same thing with this building. So again, all resi, because resi is the most basic form of architecture, because shafts have to be vertical, structure has to be vertical, all efficiencies need to work. This was perhaps the most inefficient plot we were given to work with, was a triangular plot at the base because we needed to set back 30 meters from the highway because of sound, because you cannot be disturbed by sound. So meaning that our client would have a triangular plot all the way up, but we went back to the city and asked them if we could grow building back out after 30 meters in height because sound spreads horizontally as much as vertically. They couldn't say no. So we went back to the client and the engineers and the cost consultants, and we assessed how much more structure would we have to have in order to support the double of the square meters above. Of course, the financial business model was by far positive. So this building, driven by the constraints, is almost like this impossible architecture that is a welcoming dress into Vancouver. Also, like on public realm, apart from housing, public spaces and public realm has been the beginning also of the office. This was before big, this was plot. So here the brief for the competition of this tiny yacht club, is a boathouse and school for children, was that all the budget was, like 80% of the budget was meant to be by removing the contaminated ground. And instead, we proposed that the project would, rather than spending all the money in something that you don't see, or you just move the problem elsewhere, we would actually create this surface that would be paid by the architecture, this carpet that shelters people from touching with the contaminated soil, and underneath you have the programs, you have the boat storage, you have all sorts of things. And it's that same know-how that we've been applying throughout different master plans. Here in Aarhus, it is now fully built, but we started the design of this master plan through the harbor front. A series of populated programs, public programs, that then informed the master plan behind. So when everything else was in construction, the harbor bath was already a success. And then we built the first building that, rather than having 2 penthouses on top, has 4 times more the number of floors. So if you go to Aarhus, you see this coexistence with industry. We gave the first 2 buildings to a young architectural firm. We finished the tower. So here you see the tower finished. And now we're concluding the hotel. It's a walk-in, walk-out hotel on the left side. I mean, because learning is both based on schooling and education and on culture. I think we have several buildings and education in the US, but maybe nothing reflects more the principles of what we're doing with this very basic project. This is Bjarke's old high school, where we were asked to do a gymnasium at the very center. And rather than building a building and eliminating the courtyard, we created, we maximized and optimized the underground space. We dug the least possible. We created a geometry that follows the ballistic arch of throwing a handball from one goal to the next, meaning so that your ball never hits the ceiling. So the entire geometry is optimized for you to play the game inside, minimizing digging and maximizing usability of the patio. So you have this playful patio, playful architecture, and optimization of resources. And then the same, of course, the school also asked us to do this other building, a series of rooms that is adjacent then to the court, to the playing areas. So when you enter inside, you really have the rooms facing the building that we created previously. But on the very top, then you have a hole, and you go to this continuation carpet of the playground and playing areas. You also have a school for culinary. So I think like the first building of Big Barcelona is the best culinary center that we're finishing construction this year, where it's a roof on top and the school underneath the rug. So I was in this very site on the day of the site visit, where a lady was walking the dog, and she got so upset at us because we were going to remove her park for the dog. So part of the premise for ourselves was like, the lady needs to keep her park and her dog and the space to walk. So we created a garden on top. The building is a sequence of very pragmatic rooms that enable full flexibility. There is this gastro hall that connects from informal dining, informal food below, and formal dining above, where you see your colleagues cooking and testing, akin to the spaces that you have here. And then we go above, you have several different spaces and arriving to the restaurant. And each room is designed to be fully flexible. So here are some of those photos now of construction at the moment. The full building is in Corten still, and this is the gift to San Sebastian. In Le Bras, a museum, this is a double spiral for the luxury watchmaker Audemars Piguet, where you enter through one side and you continue and walk out through the other side. And so you see the watch being made as you go in the museum. You arrive to the heart of the museum, and you see the watches made. And as you walk out, you see the craftsmen building the watches. The interesting part is that the building does not also have a single column. It's all curved glass, because curved glass is stronger than steel. So you have continuous views across the entire surroundings. And also, like lastly, the same museum that I was mentioning before, the client has a sculpture park that was a U before, and we proposed that we would close the loop by creating a museum that connects both. He asked us for a horizontal and a vertical gallery, so the building simply addresses that. It is both. It is also a bridge, and is also one more sculpture in the sculpture park. And again, the geometry is done out of very pragmatic elements. It's all extruded aluminum profiles on the outside, and the inside is wooden profiles, where in the edges you have the MEP insertions. So again, all pragmatic solutions to create an atypical building. Hedonistic sustainability, so that's the title of the conversation. How can we actually be sustainable by creating a future that we enjoy? And perhaps the waste-to-energy plant is the best showcase of that. When we did the competition, it was a technological leap at the time. Part of the brief was saying that the technology, finally, of burning trash was producing no more toxins. It was only producing vapor, meaning that it doesn't harm the environment, it doesn't harm the birds or the plants, nor human beings. So you actually can be close to this power plant rather than away. So we did look at this degree of conversion of energy, of trash to energy. So beyond being a piece of urban infrastructure, had the scale to actually become a park, a gift to people. So you use public money to actually create this walkway up, a full public park for the citizens of Copenhagen, where you can go and see the city. But also, the scale is such that we actually realized that we could actually create a ski slope on the full entire thing, like alpine skiers. They train all year round with plastic tar mats in the summer. So we propose to have the same, where now natural grass is growing through. So now, if you go to Copenhagen, you can actually ski 365 days a year. So you have the professional team of Denmark actually trains here. If you're a good skier, you can do other things. And in addition, we saw other opportunities. So the building was also so tall that we realized that we had the possibility of creating the tallest climbing wall in the world. So if you have the stamina and the physical condition, by all means, give it a try. When you pick up the elevator and go up, the elevator is transparent, so you see all the way into the laboratory of converting rubbish into energy, and it is a new viewing point to the city of Copenhagen, and a new icon. On vertical buildings, how to be sustainable on vertical buildings, you have several approaches. This is our first tower in a tropical climate in Shenzhen. It is a very pragmatic office tower where the south facade is, or the north facade is glazed and the south facade is solid. So the building has a zigzag facade like an izemyaki dress, and it is by this logic that the building consumes 30% less energy before any machines, just by having a facade that is solid towards south. And this, what makes the building perform beautifully, is also what makes it look beautiful, because it is the same facade logic that enables us to open for sky lobbies and ground level lobbies, to reduce the building at grade, to create a public plaza, to create all sorts of different things in an otherwise very straightforward logic. So again, it is the logics of sustainability that interests us, and that drives often these architectures that look different from different angles. In Singapore, similarly to what you have here, you split education from living with a hanging garden. In Singapore, this is a building for Capita Spring where we have a podium of parking, a hotel, and offices. And in each one, the facade opens up to reveal the greenery inside. So you have these lush hanging gardens across. You know what that experience is. And these are all photos. Then another side of sustainability. So how do we create energy to actually create a self-sustainable path forward? This is the Google headquarters in Mountain View. It's pretty much a tent that has solar shingles on the roof, because the only premise of Google that Google gave us is enable us to have full flexibility in our work environment and minimize the impact of structure in it. So we really created the largest span possible and the biggest amount of flexibility at grade. So we really have controlled daylight, full solar harvesting roofscape, full flexibility at grade with almost like these needles that sustain these catenary curved roofscapes. So this is the current Google campus, empowered by the full solar cells, these dragon scale solar cells on the roof. And also a similar principle is what we are groundbreaking on Friday, on Sunday with Bjarke and Ursula von der Leyen and the European Commission in Sevilla. This is a building for the JRC, the Joint Research Center, where they investigate all the online activity. It's a building that only occupies half of the plot, creates a plaza on one side and a garden on the other, stands on these slender columns of 30 meters. But the building could only occupy half of the plot, but we proposed that the pergola would occupy 100% of the site. So the building actually produces 52% of extra energy for the city. The building itself consumes only 48% of the energy it produces. So the rest is a gift to the city and to the citizens of Sevilla. So when you enter, you arrive through this plaza, you have these diagonal voids that connect to all your colleagues above, and you have very pragmatic floor plates, fully flexible. And at the end, every floor has 4 terraces, because the building transforms from the human scale to the building scale. Every floor is gifted with the outdoor terraces on both sides. This was, at the time, Ursula von der Leyen giving a render to Pope Francis when we won and when it was announced, and we couldn't help ourselves to do a collage and Photoshop everyone giving our render to everybody else. Then maybe just to end on wood, concrete, and then 3D printing. Because we're talking about the sustainable future, we need to also talk about our construction methods. So this is our largest timber structure in the world at the moment being built. And this is, we won the Zurich airport. We now have a team of 30 people there. It is a building that pretty much picks up on the constraints of an airport and the logics of construction in wood, and really maximize the 2 wings where they open up to the control tower at the very center at the lobby. So it is really a transformation, a very standard section that opens up, creating a skylight and the space of the central lobby for the control tower. Also in Norway, this is a carbon neutral factory for a wood manufacturer. Like it's 75% robotics, a few humans. It sits in the middle of the forest. The program was set by a central, an office and exhibition space, and then 4 pillars. So this felt like a very pragmatic assemblage of that logic, where everything is connected to the very center, where the user and workers are. So this, the building now constructed, is all tarred wood outside. So again, the building is carbon neutral and produces self-sustaining, like carbon neutral energy. So here you start seeing people run up, and this is the public area. Everyone can access the courtyard. And here you start seeing the visitors. The machines navigate with the palettes on the paths of color. So don't step on the color, step on the concrete. But here you see all of that straightforwardness that you also see in here in your programming areas, but also with the human side at the very heart of it. And a little bit of what the chairman also shared in the morning. When we built the building, we removed all the species and we kept them in a nursery. And when the building was built, we put them back up. So again, being aware of our footprint, of the consequences of our actions, and of our doings. And maybe the last of wood is this little 34 square meters in the north of Sweden. I was the first human sleeping there, but not the first being. It's surrounded by 350 bird boxes. We tracked the birds and the species that were leaving the forest. So when you enter, you're surrounded by birds, bats, and bees. And you look and sleep looking into the aurora borealis. So it is this call out of birds that evaded the forest due to deforestation that now come back in this 8-room hotel where we've designed one where Justin Bieber and Kate Moss come and chill in the north of Sweden. And this is the award in our office where some of you have been. So if you want to bring another group to Barcelona, by all means, come and visit us again. Then, because we're showing homes, our home, our working home, concrete, there's typically the misconception that to be sustainable, we got to build everything out of wood. Some things make sense, some things don't. When you're building a building for several people that needs to have some spatial efficiencies, a building made out of wood requires a far larger footprint, far larger offset of different consequences of glue, etc. Here, the entire building is a load-bearing facade made out of concrete. A specific concrete, FutureSem, is a concrete that doesn't use sand, but uses ashes, meaning it produces 30% less of CO2 when it's done. And on top, the concrete, the particularity of the concrete is if the concrete is exposed and not protected by a facade, the concrete also captures 25% of the CO2 that it emits, so throughout its lifespan. So because we use this type of concrete and because we expose the concrete, you actually have a reduction in relation to conventional concrete of 55%. So the building is all load-bearing, only has one column made out of different types of stone, one more dense stone below and less dense stones above. And it's this sequence of amazing spaces of 80 people that you actually can relate to at a human scale in a cluster of 350 to 400 people office. And here are this sequence of different spaces where you walk always through the central areas. And maybe to conclude a little bit on, I mean, this, at the very least, this was the opening of the office. So if we don't make it as an architecture office, we can always turn it into a club. It's a great party place. So this was the party back then. But maybe to end on Earth and on space and outside of Earth, we start here. We've been doing a lot of collaboration with NASA and ICON on 3D printing at several different scales and levels. Our test bed was this small pavilion performance area for El Cosmico. It is a sequence of structures, a wall that meanders to create pockets of usage and also wiggles through the logic of course, vertical forces. This has been that process of learning with ICON. What are the tectonics of 3D printing? You can do some things, you cannot do other things, but it's through that logic and awareness, through the experimentation of those limits, that you actually can create new formal logics that correspond to a functional and structural logic. So here is the building already, or the wall already built, and this was the first test bed to what comes after, which is housing at social cost. This is El Cosmico, also the 2.0, where we're creating a series of different structures which relate to some of the plans we've seen today in the exhibition. Almost like this sequence of modularity that 3D printing enables you to do, because it is as expensive with 3D printing to do a straight wall as a curved wall. So here, suddenly you have new opportunities. So we created a layout of home building blocks of which we're building with different typologies. So you actually have different rooms and different possibilities. You start having all the 3D printing takes 3 days or 2 to 3 days to 3D print a home, and then the machine can move next to the next home. We're also building all sorts of different types of one-bedroom units, and of course, you have the possibility then to create at a standard cost incredible new experiences. And all of these are renders, but the part interesting of this is that it's no longer only renders. This is the first prototype. This is the machine printing those domes. Of course, you have to print the domes, and the machine has a certain height, so at a certain point you gotta complete the domes. This is the one bedrooms. You have the tectonics, the expression. You can experiment with different pigmentation, with different sand and mixture, and when you enter, you really start having a new pragmatic form of architecture, of affordable architecture. And we're layering this at a different scale. So this is also now the entire development where we're also putting different roofs on top. Sometimes you can have flat roofs. You can also have pitched roofs. So you're developing several different archetypes where you start seeing construction at a mass scale, at a fast pace, at an affordable cost. And so, again, the spaces and the scales are all of those within that. And lastly, the moon and Mars. So also all of this has been a path to understand how we build the moon, the lunar base in 5 to 10 years, and after to build in Mars. All of this has been also through the logic of understanding how the forces work on the moon and on Mars, how gravity works, and how can you create an architecture that works by compression, but also prevents radiation. because radiation in the moon and Mars is different than on Earth. So you actually need walls. The best way of blocking radiation is water. So actually your water mats can become your radiation walls. So it's all of these things that you start learning here, you start seeing that you can also not bring glass to the moon. You can also not bring bricks to the moon. You need to build with lunar dust. So you only bring the machine to the moon. The machine, due to the forces of compression, the building needs to be circular, and therefore the machine also prints on a circular manner, and the most efficient manner printing. We use, here you start having regolith tests for the 3D printing, and in the end, the machine finishes printing one and goes and prints the next. So ultimately, is a series of connected paths and infrastructure for the future lunar bases. So inside, you really have this continuous path with different rooms, with harvesting plants. Here is those water rooms. Your bedroom is sheltered by your water tanks, because then to shelter you in the area that you spend most time from radiation, where you remove the clothes. And there's naturally the moon room, because the moon is always oriented in the same manner to Earth. This room, if you miss home, will always enable you to go there and look at Earth. Ultimately, that's a little bit of what we've been doing, and hopefully that shares how we think and what we're up to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe, for that visually compelling, provocative, and truly inspiring presentation. You've really challenged us to rethink sustainability as not only as a responsibility, but a pleasure, reminding us that design has the power to shape how we desire, not just how we dwell. We now move from the speculative edge of sustainable architecture to the intrinsic structure of urban form, a shift from invention to inquiry, and from performance to pattern. It is my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Sergio Porta, Professor of Urban Design and Director of the Urban Design Studies Unit at the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow. A widely respected scholar, educator, and practitioner, Professor Porta has played a pivotal role in rethinking how we study, teach, and shape cities. His research spans urban morphology, spatial networks, master planning, and evidence-based design codes, and his recent work on urban morphometrics brings a scientific precision to the analysis of urban form, drawing on evolutionary biology, geospatial analytics, and the lived experience of urban complexity. His most recent book, Master Planning for Change, and his award-winning papers offer a powerful framework for designing resilient cities, not as fixed visions, but as adaptive, evolving systems. In today's keynote titled Designing the Evolving City, a Paradigm Shift for Urban Design Education, Professor Porta takes us through a vital provocation that the failure to create healthy, adaptable urban environments is not a crisis of tools, but of thinking. He reframes the city as a complex adaptive system where design must work with and not against change. He argues for a renewed role for design codes supported by digital technologies and analytics, and concludes with a powerful call to reimagine urban design education itself, anchoring it in morphology, spatial science, and civic purpose. Please join me in welcoming Professor Sergio Porta. May I invite our Dean, Professor Aparna Surve ma'am, to please come on stage and help us felicitate Professor Porta. Thank you so much, ma'am. Are you okay? Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, should be alright. Should be. Shall I use mine? I would rather use this one. Sorry? I don't need anything. I transform the everything is right. So I'm not getting connected at all. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Yeah? Shall I go? Are we all set? All right. Well, hello everybody. I'm Sergio Porta. I'm Professor of Architecture, actually Professor of Urban Design at the Department of Architecture at the University of Strathclyde in Scotland. And first of all, let me express my gratitude right from my heart. It's not like a ritual, it is really felt. My deepest gratitude to the organizers of the Transformation 2025 conference, the Council of Architecture, the organizations first, Council of Architecture, and the Patil School of Architecture. Thanks so much for inviting me here. And personally to Professor Jayashree Deshpande, thank you very much, and Professor Aparna Surve, and who have so graciously, have to say, accompanied me along the way through the webinar, the workshop that finished just yesterday, and this keynote, of course. Professor Mary Thomas, my constant reference for everything I needed in the last few months. I'm not sure Mary is here, but if she's here, I'm deeply, deeply great for what you did. And Professor and friend Neruda Paul, which I've met after so many years here just a moment ago. Hi, Neruda, who has been helping me in many ways and very competently assisted during my contribution to the webinar series, preliminarily to this conference. And very warmly, my new friends, Professor Mayuresh Gore and Dr. Sandeep Mahato. I'm not sure whether they are here as well. With whom we have shared so much in these days of hard work at the school, making the workshop an unforgettable experience, for me at least. And finally, all of you, esteemed attendees of this great event, for being here today in this magnificent place,
and for hopefully being patient with me during this talk. So today I will speak of urban morphometrics, which is a technological innovation and also an emerging approach within the wider domain of urban morphology. Given the theme of the conference, the emphasis on disruptive technologies, this focus on UMM, urban morphometrics, is probably appropriate. However, given the level of the conference, I will emphasize not as much the technical aspects of the morphometric as its potential impact on science, society, education, and the profession. This impact, in particular on education, design education, and the profession, will be further detailed by my colleague, Ombretta Romice, tomorrow from remote in this same conference. So please, attend that speech if you are interested. And my talk today is in 3 parts: beauty, design and evolution, and conviviality. So let's get started. During his life, Christopher Alexander developed a profound aversion against the way the built environment was produced in his times, the mainstream way that he called System B. He did not like it, he really didn't, not just different, but indeed opposite to System B. He also saw a different way that he liked enormously, but was completely abandoned. This good but forgotten way to produce the built environment he called System A. To remark the complete opposition between these two systems, he called them System B and System A. One of the best features of System A, the good one, is that it belongs to all of us as human beings, so much so that we are all good at System A because we are born with it somehow. In the same way we are good at breathing, eating, and speaking our mother language. And then Alexander spent his whole life trying to understand System A and make it mainstream again. He very much succeeded in the former as he failed miserably in the latter, and he was pretty much painfully aware of that. System A remains largely ignored, if not ridiculed, still in our days as we speak. To counter that, around 10 years ago, we created a new independent school of architecture named Building Beauty, which is still up and running, and you find it at buildingbeauty.org. The curriculum revolves around the 13 principles of System A, but we can somehow summarize all those principles in this quintessential Alexandrian statement that I'm going to read now, which you can see on the screen. What it would be like to live in a mental world where one's reasons for making something functionally and one's reasons for making something a certain shape or in a certain ornamental way are coming from precisely the same place in you, precisely the same place. And what about System B then, the mainstream way? If you want to understand System B, a simple way to do that is just to reverse the summary statement I just read, which will go more or less like that. What it would be like to live in a mental world where one's reasons for making something functionally and one's reason for making something a certain shape or in a certain ornamental way come from different places in you, and indeed different places in different people with different specialisms, in different companies, in different moments, in different cities, utterly different. Well, I had some fun putting the name of Dr. Victor Frankenstein under such a creepy statement, but it is exactly what characterizes essentially System B, the separation of everything in different components related only when necessary and only by the mediation of artifacts, like drawings, for example, or spreadsheets, or, in fact, online digital platforms. In that respect, System B identifies itself with the industrial mode of production at large, framed by a mechanistic way of thinking that, in fact, has come to rule the entire world. Our entire world. So design purposefully this system to ban as much as possible anything human from the process of generation of the built environment. Stuff like jokes, music, poetry, delays, mistakes, analogies, and metaphors, and eminently, first and foremost, feelings. In short, everything remotely unpredictable. And indeed, it seems that in our times, System B can only get worse. It's already largely not different people anymore, it is different machines. And it's already largely not an industrial process anymore, but essentially financial. And it's not about physical drawings anymore, let alone mocking up in the building yard, what Chris Alexander would preach, but digital. And we don't even do things together anymore, even if we work in the same company. Separations, distances, control, machines, more and more machines, less and less humans, and with it, less and less human labor. Conceptual? Not really. It's not theory or pure speculation. You can see the difference all over the place, all around you. To the left, how we used to let people into the places where they could visit their loved ones after their passing, a cemetery. And to the right, how we do the same thing now according to our best professionals. And again, to the left, how we used to build the infrastructure for trading goods long distance, and to the right, how we do it now, according to our best engineers and architects and professionals, the same as before. Clearly, at some point in the past, something big happened that radically changed the way we build everything. If only we could identify when in history that big change originated, we could perhaps understand something of its root causes, and even its authentic nature, perhaps. This is the same as asking the question, where does System B come from? And when did it start taking over our world? Luckily, we are now in the position to measure and classify urban form at very large scale, a new tech that we call urban morphometrics, in fact. If we do that, and we have done that extensively and intensively for the last 5 years, we constantly find one stunning overarching pattern emerging over and over again, wherever we go measuring urban form, at whatever scale. That is the major divide between everything built before and after World War II. For example, you can see on the screen the taxonomy of urban form of Milan metropolitan area in the north of Italy, and to the left you see the dendrogram, that sort of tree of life, that represent the hierarchical structure of similarity between the urban types, where this big divide emerges quite clearly, indicated by that red sort of double arrow that you can see on the screen. At the highest level, you see of this taxonomy, we have only two big families that are hugely different from each other and accurately correspond to pre- and post-World War II urban types. All right, but that is what was Milan, north of Italy, but here is Lecce, south of Italy, and here is the same big divide that you can see quite clearly in the dendrogram. And yes, of course, these are two Italian cities, south of Europe, but here is Amsterdam, north of Europe, showing exactly the same divide. All right, but these are three European cities, and let's move out of Europe, where we find the UK, which recently has moved out of Europe. And here is the Greater London area, and here is the same divide emerging in the data. So the question, when did System B really took over, can now be answered on the ground of evidence. And the answer is surprising, at least it was for me. System B did not originate in Victorian UK, in the age of roaring proto-capitalism of production and labor. Because again, the Atoll Gardens that you can see on the screen now is a Victorian age extension, and it is absolutely marvelous. Same beauty and same age of origin as the Bradwell Cemetery and the Grand Union Canal that I showed you just a moment ago, with both are, in fact, in the UK. And even master planning, per se, is not really the problem, because the Atoll Gardens were, in fact, master planned. So here is a conclusion about System A. It's not spontaneous, self-built, equal to beauty versus top-down master plan equal to ugliness. It's not that simple. There is something more subtle and very important at play that has to do with the way we design master plans. Admittedly, there is good master planning, apparently, and bad master planning. And very importantly, pre-World War II master planning was largely good, and post-World War II master planning, well, was not nearly as good. Somehow, System B took over after Second World War, not in the Victorian age, and that is when things started to go badly wrong. So now at this point in this line of thinking, we find ourselves right before a choice. Either we go left, and to the left we can explore historically that particular moment when System B emerged and took over. And here the question would be, what happened after World War II, which was big enough to turn upside down the morphogenesis of cities all over at least the Western world? Now, this is a big thing. We are talking of the morphogenesis of cities all over the Western world. That must have been really something profound and big. Along this route, we would have to delve into two elements. The first one is the shift in the form of capital accumulation from an old capitalism of local production to a new one of global finances. In the end, the Nixon shock, so-called, which is the end of Bretton Woods, and the gold-based US dollar was in 1971, spot on. And second, the form of power, from a fascism of nationalist dictatorships in the 1920s and 40s, to what Pier Paolo Pasolini in 1975, a few weeks before being brutally assassinated, called the advent of a new techno-fascism, based on the unrestrained power of transnational corporations and hedonistic consumerism. A call that anticipated present day's inverted totalitarianism after Sheldon Wolin, or disaster capitalism after Naomi Klein, or emergency, crisis, or in fact senile capitalism after Fabio Vighi. In short, that would mean, if we took the left-hand side of the bifurcation, that would mean looking beyond architecture and urban planning into the major economic, political, and geopolitical cycles, the end of which we are now witnessing in the present times. However, though that would be very interesting, in fact necessary, it would bring us straight against a wall, I feel, and the wall is in this question: what can we do about it? So we would rather perhaps go to the left-hand side, take the option to the right. Here we can sit more comfortably in our own area of specialism, urban design in this case, and ask ourselves a different question. The question could be, how can we learn from the pre-Second World War cities, the System A city, in a way that would allow us taking over System B by using its same language? Or in short, can we outsmart System B on its own terms? Right, with this question in mind, let's now leave the beauty line of thinking and try approaching urban morphometrics from a design perspective, right, closer to us. Following beauty, we came to uncover something of what urban morphometric does that nothing else could do before it. Morphometrics classify urban form at intra-urban scale on the ground of a description of it that is comprehensive and numerical. A very detailed description, nearly 300 metrics computed for each and every building in the study area. But urban morphometrics is not only rich of details and comprehensive, it is also designed for the very, very large scale. That was the point from the very beginning of this adventure, the mission assigned first to Jacob Dibble and then to Martin Fleischmann when they started their PhD with us at Strathclyde, respectively in 2012 and 2017. Two PhD students, brilliant PhD students. The Greater London project left on the screen, I just showed to you, included around 2.5 million buildings. The walkability project, right on the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, that we are completing with Adam Architecture and Place Logic in London and Winchester, covers the whole of Great Britain, meaning England, Scotland, and Wales, with more than 15 million buildings. And if that seems larger scale, consider what Martin is now doing at Charles University in Prague, which has been presented at ESUF conference in Turin a few days ago, just last week. And this is, as you can see on the screen, the taxonomy of urban form of the center of Prague in Czechia. You can see the urban types identified by different colors, and you can see the bottom right corner. On the bottom right corner, you can see the dendrogram that expresses the similarity between the urban types, this time in a circular fashion, but it is still a dendrogram pretty much like the ones you've seen before. And you can navigate that. You can navigate the dendrogram by clicking on the branch of it. You can identify the relative urban tissues on the map itself. Here is the brown type, which Martin describes as coherent interconnected fabric typical of historical city and town centers. Right? And here you have another urban type. You see the green one, which Martin calls coherent dense adjacent fabric. And here another case, a composition of two sub-branches in the dendrogram, the blue and the light blue of the mother one named incoherent large-scale homogeneous fabric. And this is nothing new compared with what you have just seen a moment ago in Greater London, the Walkability Project, really. But what is new is coming up, is that you can start zooming out and zooming out again. And you can keep zooming out. And now it is even difficult to see Prague. And you keep zooming out and out. Until you realize that this taxonomy covers more than 80 million buildings over 5 national territories in Central Europe, Lithuania, Poland, Germany, Czechia, and Austria. And we should not forget that the level of the information behind this enormous scale of extent is the individual building. This is the state of the art in the science of urban morphometrics as we speak. So the recent achievements and our achievements and Martin's now, the Urban Landscape of Central Europe project that you just saw, projects urban morphometrics right into an entirely uncharted territory. So let's talk of the science for a moment. Urban morphometrics is now recognized as a transformative innovation in urban morphology studies. What is leading the transformation is a change in the instruments of the discipline. We are witnessing an instrument-enabled type of scientific transformation. In our case, it is about digital instruments. By no means anything new. Innovation in the instrument has often led in history to innovation in the science itself. This is the circular loop of instrument-enabled transformation. They fight back, they fire back to the discipline itself. Think of what ICT, information communication technology, did to social sciences with the emergence of the new domain of computational social sciences, or what the microscope and then the electron microscope did to biology with the emergence of microbiology, of what the infinitesimal calculus did to physics, shaping it as a distinct discipline from the larger ground of speculative philosophy back in the 17th century. So in a recent paper on urban design planning, Vitor Oliveira and myself look at the quantitative term in urban morphology. Vitor is the president of ISUF, International Seminar of Urban Form, which is the home organization of Urban Morphology International. In this work, we found that while a comprehensive numerical approach to urban form analysis emerged only very recently, modern urban morphology has always been systematic since inception in the 50s and 60s of the last century. Always been systematic. Not always been numerical, but always been systematic. And this systematic approach to urban form analysis, we concluded, is a foundational trait of the discipline of urban morphology. But what does that mean in practice? What does systematic approach mean? Back in 1953, Fred Schaefer defined this point in a paper entitled Exceptionalism in Geography. According to Schaefer, a systematic approach consists of 4 main elements: the search for regularity, as opposed to the singularities in the observation of the geographic region, the practice of predictive modeling, interdisciplinarity, and the commitment to theoretical generalization in search of universal laws, very often inspired by universal laws in other disciplines, for example, biology or evolutionary biology, to be supported by large-scale validation exercises. In this sense, urban morphometry can be seen as the most recent and perhaps the most comprehensive expression of urban morphology's systematic nature, the signature character of the discipline at large. However, if urban morphology approach to its subject matter has always been systematic, what is then the subject matter of urban morphology? According to Vitor Oliveira, again, urban morphology is about the study of urban forms and the agents and processes responsible for their transformation. And according to Karl Kropf, it is about the study of human settlements, and I'm quoting their structure and the processes again, and their formation and transformations again. So in both these definitions, which come from authoritative scholars in the field, form is always associated to processes and transformation, which means with time. And the way the form of cities changes in time. Let's keep this important result in mind. Time is important. For two reasons. First, because the commitment to processes and change, rather than, for example, products and functions, positions urban morphology in fundamental contrast with architecture, urban design, and even planning. The disciplines of design tend to see any change to their creations as alteration, dysfunctions, if not sheer damage, rather than the most precious manifestation of their innermost quality. Perhaps, and this is an important point, this is why urban morphology has never been able to establish any kind of communication or bridge with the design disciplines, including architecture, oddly enough, and including especially urban design. An old issue that is still nowadays abundantly discussed within the urban morphology community. And the second reason is that the focus on change combined with the systematic approach opens, in fact, endless opportunities for urban morphologists more than for anybody else to articulate the most revolutionary concept that can be associated to urban form and design, the concept of evolution. Let me leave this line of thinking at this point and move towards closing the circle of this design chapter by showing why, and especially how, the establishment of a new science of urban form evolution can only lead to a momentous innovation in urban design, education, and the profession, which is the real point of this talk. In the last years, we have dedicated a significant amount of energy to explore, for example, the how. A key achievement was when we established the link between urban morphology and system ecology that you can see on the screen now. In fact, it turns out urban form shows all the characteristics of a complex adaptive system of the same class as a social, cultural, economic, and properly environmental system of very different nature otherwise. If that is the case, urban form will change according to the panarchy described in system ecology. In a nutshell, at scale, to the left, change in complex adaptive system occurs along adaptive cycles, which roughly develops in 4 phases: exploitation, conservation, release, and reorganization. And we found that this idea, which is very important in system ecology, we found that this idea that was independently developed in system ecology in the early 60s resonates profoundly with other ideas. For example, the Burgage cycle, described by M.R.G. Konzen, who is one of the great fathers of urban morphology, in about the same years. However, across scales, which is to the right, change occurs along the double track of the panarchy, where conservative top-down and innovative bottom-up supercycle forces interact by connecting the individual adaptive cycles as they continue to unfold at each scale. That means, in terms of our experience of cities, that every time we look at a city, what we see is the interrelation of states at each scale that are in a different phase of the adaptive cycle of change. And many of those scales are not accessible to us when we walk on the streets. For example, the scale of the street network. We can see our street, but we can't see all the other streets. But the influence of all the other streets are there in the street that we are walking through. So all this enormously complex mechanism filters down to our experience in ways which you can't control at all. We may, for example, see, but we can feel them. We may, for example, see a relatively stable situation at mid-large scale, let's say conservation, coexisting with a booming situation at mid-low scale, for example, exploitation. In the image that you can see here, you can see these 2-3 scales simultaneously at work in Barcelona, with the enduring road structure established by Ildefonso Cerdà in 1873, which is the top left image, rather boring apparently. In fact, it is very repetitive, very identical to itself. All these, all these blocks, which are 113 meters of edge, squared, repeating themselves endlessly, super boring, and nevertheless, they trigger the incredible variety of individual projects that we currently can experience. If we look at this city, the same city, exactly the same spaces, as a crow flies here, bottom left of the screen, and even more so if we do that at the eye level, bottom right hand end of the street. So you got this co-presence of boredom and booming life, depending on scale, because the system work at different scale in different moment, and importantly, they work at different speed according to scale. So in terms of urban morphology, the matter that design deals with, because this is what we do when we do design, especially urban design, but also architecture and also planning, we do that, we do manage the form of cities. The material which is involved in this panel can be represented according to 6 levels of scale, which you can see visualized here on the screen. The plot, the street edge, the block, the street, the sanctuary area, and the district. This approach to the model of changing system, which was developed roughly at the same time in system ecology and urban morphology, but independently from each other, is shared very significantly in the foundational literature of both disciplines. In our book, Master Planning for Change, published by the Royal Town Planning Institute in 2020, we explain in detail all this and how we can master plan cities in a way that takes advantage of this all and works with rather than against the adaptive nature of the urban form system. Embedded in the Master Planning for Change design process, at the core of it, we have placed what we call, well, it is an engine that ensures the emergence of endless diversity within the unity of the same coding framework. In short, the co-presence of unity and diversity that technically is the signature of everything evolved. We call this coding engine Local Urban Code, or LUC. What is the Local Urban Code? The Local Urban Code, in essence, is a repository of information that describes existing urban forms at plot-to-block level, which we want to take as references when we design new developments or regeneration initiatives. This information, when we developed it, was numerical and systematic, and I'm talking about 5-10 years ago, but not yet comprehensive nor scalable. The information sourced from the urban form itself is then translated into design codes for architects and developers to work with. The coding system is brought all the way down to the level of the plot by way of a plot passport mechanism that you can see here to the right-hand side of the screen. It is actually a pager of rules and a few sketches and visuals. It is because of the coding system that we can point our design efforts only to the structure of places as urban designers, which we may visualize as a trellis, while stepping back, decisively stepping back from everything else, which are the roses or the vines. As for the roses and the vines, it is for society at large to shape and reshape constantly in time landowners, architects, developers, engineers, electricians, inhabitants, housing associations, community leaders, local planning officers, and so on, and on and on, down the road of the incredible complexity of these processes. In terms of master planning process, though, the result is a carefully granular spatial structure that is introduced in the making itself of the plan, as you can see in this master plan of a large urban district in Glasgow. Nothing that would strike you as an intellectual bomb at first sight, which for us is a plus, but instead a sense of composed, appropriate, timeless city designed for being adaptive and therefore organized around what is human and what simply makes sense. Everything we have done with urban morphometrics is a development of the local urban code. Indeed, with urban morphometrics, we have just operationalized the local urban code differently, making it in fact comprehensive and scalable, but by using the potential of new big urban geodatas and new digital technologies. The UMM urban morphometrics allows the design coding systems, which are a traditional instrument of planning systems since very old times in history, in fact, to make a big leap forward by being grounded on measurable, large-scale evidence, extracted from existing urban fabrics, the performance of which, and this is key, we can now assess rigorously, statistically, comprehensively, and reliably. We can assess the performance of urban form on a scientific ground. For example, are certain urban forms conducive to less usage of the car? Are certain urban forms correlated to more community satisfaction, a higher level of community satisfaction? Are certain urban forms more quicker to come back after flood? Are certain urban forms more prosperous, correlated to more prosperous socioeconomic conditions in the communities that inhabit them? And on and on. Now we can do this exercise, which we call validation, by adapting our analysis of urban form because we have it. We have it at a very granular level, building by building. So we can adapt our data, which are carved at large scale, to any kind of data that we possess, and we have plenty, regarding any other dynamic which is happening on cities. For example, we have produced recently a paper correlating urban form in the Greater London area with the COVID deaths and cases, finding absolutely interesting results, and to some degree also counterintuitive. So here the codes come in the form of ranges of values directly extracted from the profiles of existing urban type as detected by the urban morphometrics. I'm not going to get into the details of that, of course. In a recent work conducted on the Indian city of Kochi in the Kerala region, we found that, in fact, even a very limited set of codes, in this case were two, perhaps three, I don't remember well, but 2 or 3 elements, two or three characters only, allows different professionals to design for the same place an unlimited number of solutions, design solutions, master plans, which all share the same fundamental character of the place, but no one of which is identical to any other. Pretty much in the same way, today in this hall, we all share the same human genome, but none of us is identical to any other. The creation of a planning system that is supported by a next-generation evidence-based urban design code informs an adaptive and agile regulatory framework. What this is all about, ultimately, is very simple. It is about unlocking the collective wisdom that is stored in the places that already exist, in particular those that have been existing and adapting for a long time and have done so gracefully and successfully, supporting the prosperity long-term and the cohesion of local communities across endless, unforeseeable circumstances, allowing always coming back stronger, more beautiful and more human. Now, all right, if we buy into that, is all that just plausible as a framework to inform a new design practice? Well, we believe it is, undoubtedly so. And the reason is that not only urban design codes have a long history behind, they have been mainstream practice for centuries, all over the world, when System A was mainstream. But we do know that it is plausible nowadays because the UK government, in fact, has recently placed urban design codes to the heart of the largest reformation of their own planning system since such system was first introduced in 1947. This is named the National Model Design Code Initiative. Perhaps we do have a chance. Perhaps we can outsmart System B using its own language, on its own terms. Let me now approach the conclusion of this reflection. Conviviality. According to Ken Wilber, the human spiritual evolution is a continuous development from lower to higher states of spiritual wholeness, where the latter, the higher state, transcends and includes the former, the lower state. So rather than on a dialectical cycle of affirmation, negation, and synthesis, Wilber's vision of spiritual progress in human civilization is based on the idea that the older and lower is not negated or cancelled, but rather transcended and integrated into something larger and more whole. As far as I'm concerned, I have no doubts, or perhaps I should say that I have positively all hopes, that at the end of the tremendous transition we have all just embarked in, the next state of our civilization will be one where the outer and the inner realities will not be opposed to each other. Our emotional understandings will be harmonized to the cognitive. Different intelligences will work together to resolve problems, and the inclusion of the past and the different will be much more than a weaponized joke in the hands of merciless elites. In such next state of our civilization, the new science of urban form evolution can contribute to a more integral ecological urban future, one that contains and promotes technological innovation, except not as a value itself, a fetish in fact, but as a mean to achieve something good for all. Beauty, for example. Talking in 2004 in Bristol before an audience of sustainability enthusiasts, Christopher Alexander distinguished two ways of meaning sustainability. The first is the mainstream way, which understands sustainability mainly as a technical problem, pretty much System B at work. And the second, which, quote, fewer people think. This second meaning of the word, which is so far removed, it is almost another topic, refers to the wholeness of the land, the extent to which we see our land, rural, urban, or wilderness, as sacred, and the extent to which we treat our interaction with the land as a sacrament. The extent to which we recognize the beauty of what we make in the land is of paramount importance. It is not just an add-on or a luxury. Rather, it goes to the core of what sustainability really is. End quote. Such is the scale and the magnitude of the transformation that I see coming in urban morphology and design, a future that is triggered by highly disruptive technological innovations and yet desperately needs to go beyond it. The new science of urban form that may change the way we feel and think of cities can only be a science of urban form evolution as far as I can see. Within the higher ontology of the city as essentially a cultural phenomenon, which is, to be noted, one of collective kind, of a collective nature. The societal forces that operate in the production of the city will have to reshape and reposition themselves significantly. Among them, we designers will have to go through what Peter Buchanan, back in 2012, named a big rethink. And with that, the role of the designers is likely to undergo a radical reconsideration. Luckily, and I conclude, all this seems to me a very good thing. In a world reorganized around peace, the independence of peoples and nations under the international law, fair principles of social relations, including economic, and a new centrality for human labor, we can see room for a city that manifests at its core the principles of conviviality, so warmly envisioned by Ivan Illich half a century ago. Will this be a new city? I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure that the meaning of innovation will be quite different from the current one. Less anxiogenic, if we wish, and more connected with our inner self and the recognition of our inherent boundedness. As far as I'm concerned, I would rather think of it as a state of kindness in our cities and our societies. Conviviality does not grow from a soil of greed, competitiveness, and aggression, but only out of a competent cultivation of our limits, which means out of grace and kindness. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Porta, for that deeply layered and intellectually rigorous keynote. Your insight reframes the role of the urban designer, not as a master planner, but a steward of systems in flux. You have given us not just a critique, but a methodology, and perhaps, most importantly, a renewed sense of purpose. We now open the floor for a short question and answer session. I request Professor Sergio to have a seat here for the question and answer session. As announced earlier, we invite you to submit your questions using the QR code displayed on the screen. This will take you to a form where you can share your questions along with your name and institutional affiliation. You can use the QR code behind your ID card as well to access the form.
If your question is selected, it will be read aloud, and you are welcome to stand and be acknowledged as it is posed to our speakers. We encourage questions that seek to expand on the ideas presented, whether through connection, critique, or application. We'll take a few questions now.
May I invite Joao to the stage? We got a question.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, yes.
We got a question from the audience, Mr. Mandar. The question is to Joao. Looking at your solar building at Copenhagen, what kind of climate efficiency does it have, sunny throughout the year? This is the question he asked.
What type of, sorry? Which building?
What kind of climate efficiency does it have?
Solar building. Solar building.
I mean, they have different types of efficiencies. So there's a difference between Google and JRC. JRC is developed fully with, recycled steel columns. There is an assessment of the ceramics being used, of everything, and also like the production. Solar cells decrease their capacity, or the evolution in solar cells, the capacity to harvest energy is like, it increases 30% every 3 to 5 years. So, for instance, if we would do the entire roof canopy of Google, harvests close to 65% of the energy that it consumes. If we would do it today, 5 years later, it could actually harvest the full capacity. So in a way, the question is always a moving target because technology is always evolving. So JRC, because it will be done later, and also it has a few different sourcings. It will have a different kind of capacity to produce energy and the capacity to create a smaller footprint.
We hope that answers your question, Mr. Mandar. Okay. So we have the next question for Professor Sergio Porta. There's Dr. Ritu Deshmukh who says that it is a wonderful tool, the local urban code. I wish to know how this connects with the diverse human aspirations and requirements, especially in traditional cities in India. Sure. It is a wonderful tool, the local urban code. I wish to know how this connects with the diverse human aspirations and requirements, especially in traditional cities in India.
Well, this is a pretty good question, which normally you say when you don't know the answer, right? But let's try to respond to this question. Well, what the tool that we have created does, it does allow you to understand what is the structure of the place. The structure of the place is something that remains for the long term, while everything else changes, like our DNA stays there to inform our lives, and while everything else changes, it gets expressed in reality in endlessly different ways. So what that means, it means that the local aspirations of the communities or the environmental factors that do come to play locally, everything which is local, exactly because there is a structure in place that works and it is adaptable to circumstances, then can be received by the structure of spaces rather than being rejected by the structure of places. So everything that happens, projects, traveling, etc., happens on this sort of substrate, which is the substrate of the space that we use. And the key point, I think, to understand is that that substrate is not passive at all. It is active. It acts on us all the time. So at some level, it asks you to do certain kind of responses to it, but at a more profound level, it also guides you in a way that allows you to express yourself. Exactly in the same way these codes happen to work in nature. It's very similar. It is actually very, very similar. So we have to refrain from the idea that we can actually, by design, resolve big issues at super large scale. We don't want to do that. Of course, for certain issues we can, because there are issues that themselves are very large in scale. But in most cases when this doesn't happen, we have to be really, really careful not to over-design stuff. That is a danger which I've been feeling for a long time now. Because it happens, and if you look around yourself when you experience the city, the over-design of cities is very, very visible. It is very, very hardly conducive to anything good for the people and for the business, for the economy, for everything. The reason is that the people, business, economy, they change continuously at a very, very fast pace, while the structure of places changes, yes, it does, but at a very slow pace. Right? So you have to be careful to build up a structure that bears and actually favors innovation and change when it happens, in the moment in which it happens. So it's a play, it's a game which is played across scales, and we have to know the rules of the game as designers if we want to avoid to make damage, for example, compressing certain initiatives from the local communities, making them impossible, or generating discomfort and conflicts where there's no need for them. That happens all the time. Every time you look at urban failures, and unfortunately there's plenty, there was one book which was called Great Planning Disasters. Well, that was one back in the 80s, I think, or 90s. But there are many books on this subject. And it is quite clear that we are very capable to create disaster out of our own hands as professionals and planners. So we have to be very careful to understand what is the matter itself we are putting our hands on and refrain for overdoing our work. Being very selective. And I'm not sure that this answers your question fully. But if you are talking of initiative at the local level, you are talking of environment, you are talking of local communities, aspirations of a different scale in society, because of course society is another complex adaptive system that works at scales, right? So you got your individual scale, you got the scale of your family, you got the scale of your networks, which change all the time. It's incredibly complicated. So yeah, across this scale, you can't go. You just can't go. So let that happen, and then there will be architects, there will be other planners coming after you, there will be, all sorts of stakeholders involved in the process of urban transformation, and they will bring their own input in what you did. And that is perfectly fine. And they will change what you did, and it is the best response you can have.
Thank you, Professor Sergio. The next question is to Architect Joe from Arya Nayak. The question is, with the growing integration of AI and computational tools in architecture, how do you see their role in optimizing resources, be it energy, space, or material use? Can you share any insights or examples from recent projects where AI meaningfully contributed to design innovation or efficiency?
Well, that's the question, AI. No, I think unlike CAD, unlike Revit and BIM, those things transform the way we did things. We drew before, and we still draw, but suddenly we have a mouse to click, and suddenly we click the mouse and it's in 3D, and now parametrism is all over BIM and everywhere else. But of course, AI is transformative at a different level because the AI kisses every single bit of the industry. It's not only the tool to produce, it actually enables you to use it as a sparring partner to when you're using generative AI for ideas, when you're searching for several different things, but also to create images, to create movies. So it's really transforming the industry at a level that is unparalleled. But that's only generative AI. Then you have all the production where AI is yet not great at, where the financial economies will actually profit from, which maybe we're 5 years away from, which is AI can still be precise. That's why Apple and Amazon are having trouble with implementing AI in their own businesses and business models because they produce hardware. And the connection into hardware requires specificity, as does with architects when producing drawings. So if you try to do, if you try to use it on plan generation, it often messes up. So we're still not there, but it is already an incredibly generative, powerful tool when you're looking into generative AI because it is a sparring partner. I mean, where do we use it? We use it in many things. I mean, I'm running our digital technology group globally, and so Barcelona has been also the guinea pig of experimentation and how to implement it in the teams, because the important thing is that it doesn't become, you don't become just a simple user and you stop thinking, because that's how you generate change. You really need to think carefully on how you use the tool, and how you teach how to use the tool, so that the process of creating value in the architecture is still the same, so that you can use it as a partner rather than becoming submissive and enchanted by what it produces. Because who doesn't love to see an insane image on Midjourney or on LookX, on all sorts of other things, or even ChatGPT now creates incredible things, visual things. But ultimately, you really need to explore how to integrate that same process in your own business. And that goes from within architecture. Then you also have front office. You have management of all sorts of resources that also starts affecting. So it is really far more transformative than anything that we've been exposed to. And the Bhutanese friends, the machine was learning from observing.
True. The next question is for Dr. Sergio Porta. Does the research ecosystem give a direction to address the disruptions in a better way? Can governance of cities and urban areas include the research findings to make a more humane and sustainable disruption back from the car-driven mayhem we have created for our living world? All right. Does the research ecosystem,
Well, the answer to this question, and sorry, I couldn't really hear it correctly from the speakers because it gets very confused when you're sitting here. The answer is yes. In fact, the process I was quoting before at the end of the presentation, which is the National Model Design Code, because that question obviously is a very important question. Okay, all fine and good, but is it any, by any means of imagination, is it anything realistic what you're saying? Now, if you look at what is happening in the UK, you must admit that it is realistic, or at least there is a very important, leading nation that is experimenting exactly in this direction as we speak. Is it going to be successful? I don't know. But let's also consider that planning systems, plural, that revolve around codes are nothing new in our history. Most of our cities, especially old cities, have been built with codes embedded into the process. They are very, very, very old stuff, the codes, right? So what we can do now, we can do the codes on the ground of information that we never have had until 5 years ago, or even 3 years ago. So that's the difference. The other difference is that by having this information, we might incentivize a sort of reformation of the planning systems, which actually go back to the idea of having the codes in the heart, right? Because the codes are extremely important to do exactly what you're saying. Is there any chance to actually drive the public discourse and the decision-making towards a line of thinking and a line of acting that actually is conducive to regenerating more human cities, more, ecologically, deeply ecologically, not just the surface, but actually deeply ecological cities in which everything is related to everything else and so on and so forth, which is very practical stuff. It's nothing conceptual, really. Yes, if we can, and we can, if we can imagine to work in this direction, I don't see why that shouldn't happen at all. I think it is very practical, it's very easy to do. And yes, what the difficult part is that it involves a significant amount of cultural change, and these things have a lot of inertia. But that is what I think, and of course there are interests, and there is another level where there are interest, capital, etc. So, but in terms of what we can do nowadays, yes, we can do. That was the bet that we expose ourselves to. The question: can we actually do something, outsmart System B using its own language? That is what exactly that means, right? Can we live in a system which is hostile, if you like, but by speaking its language, turning it and playing it around in a way which is actually conducive to more humane places and more humane decision-making processes? I think in this point in time, I'm quite positive about that.
Yeah, just on that note, I think there's a question also on research. How far does research go, right? And I think for us in every project, the first 2 to 3 weeks are of deep dive research so that we understand the site, we understand also the client, the users, and only after can we actually start dwelling and thinking how can you actually contribute to this process, right? What I've also so in a way, it is applied research, right? And it's also and we started doing the same with the digital technologies group, because what we came across internally at BIG is that often we were developing our own tools, but because they were not exposed to the teams, they would end up being they would end up not being the tool that the team needed. They became obsolete in the extent that if research doesn't have contact with the reality, checkpoints to apply, it can go easily on a tangent, in a different direction. So what we have somehow experienced and concluded is that now we actually do trial and experimentation and deployment into the team. So we develop bits and pieces of codes. We're also doing it at an urban level. We're currently now developing an urban tool that is, as you're saying, urbanity is driven by codes and by parameters, and we're setting those up. And rather than creating a monster of a script or of a toolbar, we're actually starting from bottom up, creating bits and pieces, the essentials that create morphologies that then are applicable, and each project then will inform us on what else have we not explored so far. So the tool grows organically on a need basis, but that need is only deployed if there is a chunk of research before. So the research is not a long stretch, it's actually intercalated by experimentation, by implementation, and by verification if it actually works or not in the projects and with the designers. So that's at least how we've been a little bit exposed to it.
Yeah, I wanted to say something because Joao presented before. I'm very happy that by chance Joao talked first and I talked second, because I think at some level we presented quite opposite things. We presented an approach to the urban environment which is extraordinarily attractive, super glamorous, and very attractive, and I was nearly ashamed of presenting a very boring master plan in which you have, sort of the normal city, right? Something like that. But in fact, a beautiful city needs both things. It needs exception and it needs rules. And in fact, I noticed that when you showed quite quickly, in fact, an image of the master plans that you produced, actually the master plan made a lot of sense to me because it learned that the cities and individual buildings are different things. And cities have got certain rules, and I saw the nodes were more density around the nodes and going smoothly down as you go away from the nodes. These are basic fundamental rules of city building, which have to do with the connection between street centrality and density of buildings, for example, and presence of shops and services at the ground floor, or even other uses at the upper floor, which are not residential. So these things are well known, and when it comes to designing the 90% of the city, that's what is at work all the times. And it is only on that ground, as far as I'm concerned, that you can have beautiful exceptions that actually stand out because you have a tapestry. Because if you don't have a tapestry and you build a city which is all exception, you end up in having no exception whatsoever. You have a situation in which you don't distinguish the exception from the rule because you don't have any rule. So in our course as urban designer, I think it is very important. This is a lesson of urban morphology, in fact. Urban morphology engages itself into the analysis of the ordinary fabric of the cities. And then you have the specialist parts of the city, which are not only specialist buildings. We have to be very clear on that. We also have specialist fronts, block fronts, or specialist blocks, in fact, or even specialist districts. Think of the airport or the military barracks of hospitals. These are all specialist uses that need specialist buildings, which got nothing to do with the normal rules of the 90% of the city, very often. But you got to be conscious of that when you are a designer, because as if you are a musician, right? You want to, if you are really a good musician, you can do a jokey piece of music, and then you can do, a requiem, or you can do a mass, right? Mozart did that, in fact, and extraordinarily well. So you have the ability to master your material. So you have to be aware and recognize when you can play exception and when you can play a rule and when you can go in the middle. And if you are a master plan, you have to admit that in your own regulations, which must admit the exception, must not dictate anything apart from, if you like, ranges of values. So there is plenty of space in these combinations for the architects and everybody else to express themselves as they please. So it's not dictatorship from the top. It is opening up and limiting your input as a designer at a large scale to only the fundamental elements which count, and all the rest is open.
No, precisely. That's the responsibility. I think, like, regardless of the scale, I think what we realize both in architecture and urban design, that every project is a pathway, is always an effort towards simplification. Because it's very easy to make complex things. It's very difficult to create simple things at all scales. And I think that is the struggle, because the timeless buildings that we love are the buildings that are dateless. Buildings like, Mies or vernacular architecture or Corbusier. They are buildings that regardless of the time they were built, you inhabit them forever. The buildings that reflect often a technology or a trend are the buildings that they identify, that was done in the 90s, that was done. And often those are the ones that become less attractive because they don't live well forever. And the same thing for the master plans. As you said, like, it is an exercise, both when you develop a master plan, but also when you create the guidelines for the architectures to come. For instance, the Dubai project that I was showing, it is an orthogonal plan, because that's what we learned from contemporary cities. I mean, infrastructure needs to be pragmatic, but you want an organic organization so that there's human scale discovery. So you actually maximize shop front and the park exposure, because the master plan is organized in bubbles of clusters that will be built across the years. So again, economic feasibility. But it is like when Barcelona, the diagonal meets the organic plan of Cerdà, that's where the enchantment occurs, in those glitches of the rule, because that's when you start having plazas, that's when you start having nuances, but all made in pragmatic decision making. And I think ultimately that's the fun part, because when you also create the guidelines, you don't want to create a straitjacket for the architects. You want to talk about a sustainable future. You want to create a set of materials that are sustainable materials. You want to create maybe a maximum simple volume so the architecture can express itself, but it's your responsibility as a master plan to ensure that there are views and daylight from yourself to your neighbor and vice versa. There is privacy. But for the rest, it's just a framework for, again, architectures to happen.
Yeah, last note on this, because very interesting. You quoted Barcelona and the Diagonal, etc. You know, Barcelona seems all the same, right? The ensanches, this is correct, ensanche. Huh?
Eixample.
Oh, that's difficult. Eixample?
Eixample.
Eixample, okay. The Eixample seems like a chessboard, no? It's all equal, it's all the same. But actually, years ago, we did a big study on Barcelona, very, very big. Very nice constructed, it took years and years and years. And we were studying the centrality of the streets of Barcelona and the way the centrality correlated to shops and services at the ground floor. We had the data from the municipality, what was the name of the, Salvador Rueda, perhaps you know the name, who's the leader of the agency of the city of Barcelona that deals with the data and the geodata analysis, etc. So we got an enormous amount of data. It was a very beautiful study, and we published that. And what we noted is this, that first of all, there is the diagonal. The diagonal makes an enormous difference in the chessboard. And second, the chessboard itself looks all the same, but in terms physically, but in terms of centrality, which means connectivity of the streets, there's no two streets which have the same level of centrality. The diversity of centrality in those streets is just endless. And centrality is, I believe, it is the most important evolutionary force in cities. It really matters a lot. So this diversity of centrality creates such a diversity in the users, in the project, in the social conditions of the people, in everything really in Barcelona. And that is on the basis of a perfectly geometrical chessboard.
So we got many questions too, but we will continue that during the panel discussion session. So now I move to closing of this session. So thank you to both our keynote speakers, Joao Albuquerque and Professor Sergio Porta, for setting the tone for this conference with depth, ambition, and clarity. Each keynote, in its own way, asked us to shift how we frame transformation, not as something imposed, but as something uncovered. Whether through pleasure-driven sustainability or evidence-based adaptability, these perspectives remind us that design must continually reorient itself towards the complexity of the present and the possibilities of the future.
This first keynote session has opened a space for reflection on the forms we shape, the systems we serve, and the cities we imagine. As we carry this dialogue forward, we invite you to remain curious, critical, and collaborative in the conversations to come. We now break for high tea. Please reassemble at 6:30 p.m. sharp for our evening keynote session featuring architect Olivia Poston of the Norman Foster Foundation and architect Shajay Bhooshan of Zaha Hadid Architects. We look forward to continuing this journey with you. Thank you. The high tea has been arranged on the first floor, please. We request all attendees to please carry your water bottles along with you because we would prefer not to have littering inside the auditoriums. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Myself Nehal Gaikar. This thesis proposes a design of a Navy museum and regenerated urban park at an former dump site in Kalyan. This project aims to honor India's maritime legacy through immersive exhibits and architectural expressions.
Hi, my name is Kenisha Barolia. I'm an architecture student from Diva Bharat School of Architecture. Today I'll talk about my thesis topic, which is a sports hub and community center in JNPA. This project envisions to create a sports hub in JNPA, which caters to the public's well-being and community engagement. Today I am here to talk about my thesis topic, Beyond the Waves, a step towards empowerment and ecological resilience in Malvan. As we all know, the Konkan coast is known for its serene landscape and beautiful beaches. Amongst the Konkan coast lies Malvan in the Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra. So the Malvan coast is known for its unique landscape, and amongst this landscape there happens to be a lot of tourist activities throughout the coast.
I am Mohit Jaykumar, a student of Patil School of Architecture, Navi, Mumbai. Thesis title is Holistic Development of an Island situated in Ross and Smith Islands, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The main aim of this project is to decentralize the existing tourism hub and provide more opportunities for the local community, the tourists who are visiting over there, and enhance the development further in the northern part of the Andaman Islands itself.
Myself Nehal Gaikar. This thesis proposes a design of a Navy museum and regenerated urban park at an former dump site in Kalyan. This project aims to honor India's maritime legacy through immersive exhibits and architectural expressions.
Hi, my name is Kenisha Barolia. I'm an architecture student from Diva Patil School of Architecture. Today I'll talk about my thesis topic, which is a sports hub and community center in JNPA. This project envisions to create a sports hub in JNPA, which caters to the public's well-being and community engagement. Today I am here to talk about my thesis topic, Beyond the Waves, a step towards empowerment and ecological resilience in Malvan. As we all know, the Konkan coast is known for its serene landscape and beautiful beaches. Amongst the Konkan coast lies Malvan in the Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra. So the Malvan coast is known for its unique landscape, and amongst this landscape there happens to be a lot of tourist activities throughout the coast.
I am Mohit Jaykumar, a student of Diva Patil School of Architecture, Navi, Mumbai. Thesis title is Holistic Development of an Island situated in Ross and Smith Islands, Andaman and Nicobar. The main aim of this project is to decentralize the existing tourism hub and provide more opportunities for the local community, the tourists who are visiting over there, and enhance the development further in the northern part of the Andaman Islands itself.
Myself Nehal Gaikar. This thesis proposes a design of a Navy museum and regenerated urban park at an former dump site in Kalyan. This project aims to honor India's maritime legacy through immersive exhibits and architectural expressions.
Hi, my name is Kenisha Barolia. I'm an architecture student from Diva Patil School of Architecture. Today I'll talk about my thesis topic, which is a sports hub and community center in JNPA. This project envisions to create a sports hub in JNPA, which caters to the public's well-being and community engagement. Today I am here to talk about my thesis topic, Beyond the Waves, a step towards empowerment and ecological resilience in Malvan. As we all know, the Konkan coast is known for its serene landscape and beautiful beaches. Amongst the Konkan coast lies Malvan in the Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra. So the Malvan coast is known for its unique landscape, and amongst this landscape there happens to be a lot of tourist activities throughout the coast.
I am Mohit Jaykumar, a student of Diva Patil School of Architecture, Navi, Mumbai. Thesis title is Holistic Development of an Island situated in Ross and Smith Islands, Andaman and Nicobar. The main aim of this project is to decentralize the existing tourism hub and provide more opportunities for the local community, the tourists who are visiting over there and enhance the development further in the northern part of the Andaman Islands itself.
Myself Nehal Gaikar. This thesis proposes a design of a Navy museum and regenerated urban park at an former dump site in Kalyan. This project aims to honor India's maritime legacy through immersive exhibits and architectural expressions.
Hi, my name is Kenisha Barolia. I'm an architecture student from Diva Patil School of Architecture. Today I'll talk about my thesis topic, which is a sports hub and community center in JNPA. This project envisions to create a sports hub in JNPA, which caters to the public's well-being and community engagement. Today I am here to talk about my thesis topic, Beyond the Waves, a step towards empowerment and ecological resilience in Malvan. As we all know, the Konkan coast is known for its serene landscape and beautiful beaches. Amongst the Konkan coast lies Malvan in the Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra. So the Malvan coast is known for its unique landscape, and amongst this landscape there happens to be a lot of tourist activities throughout the coast.
I am Mohit Jaykumar, a student of Diva Patil School of Architecture, Navi, Mumbai. Thesis title is Holistic Development of an Island situated in Ross and Smith Islands, Andaman and Nicobar. The main aim of this project is to decentralize the existing tourism hub and provide more opportunities for the local community, the tourists who are visiting over there, and enhance the development further in the northern part of the Andaman Islands itself.
Myself Nehal Gaikar. This thesis proposes a design of a Navy museum and regenerated urban park at an former dump site in Kalyan. This project aims to honor India's maritime legacy through immersive exhibits and architectural expressions.
Hi, my name is Kenisha Barolia. I'm an architecture student from Diva Patil School of Architecture. Today I'll talk about my thesis topic, which is a sports hub and community center in JNPA. This project envisions to create a sports hub in JNPA, which caters to the public's well-being and community engagement. Today I am here to talk about my thesis topic, Beyond the Waves, a step towards empowerment and ecological resilience in Malvan. As we all know, the Konkan coast is known for its serene landscape and beautiful beaches. Amongst the Konkan coast lies Malvan in the Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra. So the Malvan coast is known for its unique landscape, and amongst this landscape there happens to be a lot of tourist activities throughout the coast.
I am Mohit Jaykumar, a student of Diva Patil School of Architecture, Navi, Mumbai. Thesis title is Holistic Development of an Island situated in Ross and Smith Islands, Andaman and Nicobar. The main aim of this project is to decentralize the existing tourism hub and provide more opportunities for the local community, the tourists who are visiting over there, and enhance the development further in the northern part of the Andaman Islands itself.
because like we want to have a manifesto on like how would an architect think of a car, right? Like, and it's also not new, like Corbusier also did that, right? Like just because like we want to have a manifesto on like how would an architect think of a car, right? Like, and it's also not new, like Corbusier also did that, right? Like he was inspired by the Citroen, and like architecture was a machine to live in. Like, you know, this kind of sentiment has already been there for a long time, and so yeah, you can connect up with a lot of history. just because like we want to have a manifesto on like how would an architect think of a car, right? Like, and it's also not new, like Corbusier also did that, right? Like he was inspired by the Citroen, and like architecture was a machine to live in, like, you know, this kind of sentiment has already been there for a long time. And so yeah, you can connect up with a lot of history. Just because like we want to have a manifesto on like how would an architect think of a car, right? Like, and it's also not new, like Corbusier also did that, right? Like he was inspired by the Citroen, and like architecture was a machine to live in, like, you know, this kind of sentiment has already been there for a long time. And so yeah, you can connect up with a lot of history.
May we request all our guests to kindly take your seats so that we can proceed with the next segment of the keynote.
Check. Hey, what? Test.
We will be starting with the next segment of the keynote sessions in 5 minutes. We request all attendees and guests to kindly take your seats. Please inform your friends and your other contacts, if they are around, to kindly take their seats in the next 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's start. You'll have to remind Olivia it's her talk. It's fine. She has time now. During her introduction she will come. उसका PPT लगाया है. हाँ उसका set है. We saw that. Start. Yeah. Good evening and welcome back to the second keynote session of Transformations 2025. I am Professor Prabhuddha Mukherjee.
I am Professor Mary Thomas. Together, we will be taking you through this evening's dialogue, which brings into conversation of two dynamic voices working at the intersection of technology, spatial design, and transformative governance.
This session, like the previous segment, is structured in two parts. We begin with Olivia Poston, an architect, designer, geographer, and researcher at the Norman Foster Institute, whose work explores how spatial data and environmental intelligence can inform inclusive urban governance. She will be followed by architect Shajay Bhooshan, associate director at Zaha Hadid Architects and co-founder of its computational design group, whose work on parametric urbanism and digital fabrication offers a powerful lens into architecture's future in the age of AI.
After both keynotes, again, we will open the floor for a short question and answer session. As before, we invite you to share your questions using the QR code on the screen, along with your name and affiliation.
It is my pleasure to introduce architect Olivia Poston, lead researcher at the Norman Foster Institute's Center for City Science, and a rising voice in the fields of landscape urbanism, spatial analytics, and urban resilience. Olivia brings together the confluence of the disciplines of architecture, geography, and data science into her work, which spans academic institutions, community partnerships, and applied urban research. Her affiliations include Harvard Graduate School of Design, Arch Daily, the Livable Streets Alliance, and a number of policy and infrastructure collaborations across the US and West Africa. In today's keynote, titled From Spatial Data to Urban Transformation, Olivia explores how high-resolution analytics, digital twins, and participatory tools can shift the paradigm of urban governance from top-down policy to shared civic intelligence. She asks difficult but urgent questions such as whose data is prioritized, whose realities are rendered visible, and can urban technology serve equity rather than entrench inequality? Her presentation advocates for a model of city making rooted in evidence-based strategy and collective authorship, where analytics don't just predict urban futures but help co-script them. Please join me in welcoming architect Olivia Poston. May I invite architect Jayashree Deshpande ma'am, Director, COA TRC, to kindly help us in felicitating Olivia Poston. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I first want to extend a sincere gratitude towards the Council of Architecture and the D.Y. Patil deemed to be university for your warm hospitality and generosity during this time. I'm very much looking forward to the conversations that we'll be joining in very shortly and exploring some of the projects that my team and I have been working on that we are very excited to share with you today. My name is Olivia Poston. I'm one of the lead researchers at the Norman Foster Foundation, and today I want to speak not just about research and not just about project implementation, but some of the tools that can help us bridge those two areas. When it started in 2017, the Norman Foster Foundation was built on 3 pillars: the unit of architecture and design, focusing specifically on architectural and urban scales, as well as archives and exhibitions units, focusing on preserving the legacy of Norman Foster, and finally the education and research unit. Today we're focusing solely on the education and research unit and some of the projects that have been developing here, specifically the Norman Foster Institute. Once the Norman Foster Foundation was started in 2017, it was always the intention that the next generation would be well equipped to both make decisions within cities, but also share knowledge that they've been developing. Starting last year with the inaugural cohort, the Norman Foster Institute has started its own master's program in sustainable cities, focusing not only on the challenges that are stretching across all the cities, but common threads of research that we can begin to apply to elevate the quality of life for all residents. We're seeing similar challenges face different regions across the world, and we know that as populations continue to grow, the cities are our future. We know that that several residents continue to move towards cities, and as those populations begin to grow, we need to better be equipped to make decisions on infrastructure, mobility, health. We know that because of this great influx of population rising, we are also able to see an influx of data and different characteristics of these data. What this means is that cities are being well equipped with a wide range of numbers, and they're beginning to better understand the ways that their cities are developing and expanding. However, we've seen that there's a gap between the numbers and then how we can use that to better implement change. So this is where the Norman Foster Institute was hoping to start bridging that gap. We know that all of these long-term goals of the city administration, including better health, faster mobility, better connectivity, is highly ambitious. They typically have very large goals. However, the Norman Foster Institute hopes to supply short-term pilot projects that help support those long-term goals. It's less about changing the city overnight, and it's more about implementing change through fragments to better reach those ambitious goals. Typically, academia and research is started within these environments, and then after graduation is when you begin practice. But there was a challenge to this, and Norman Foster wanted to better integrate academia, research, and the way that it's implemented by creating those feedback loops. We've been very blessed by a wide range of students that join us from all over the world. Each cohort is represented by several different nationalities as well as backgrounds and disciplines. Architects, engineers, and urban planners all come together not only to study cities of interest, but also find research threads that they're able to contribute to, build on, and better communicate their world with. Today, I want to share 5 projects that are stemming from this institute, both students' works and how it's currently being implemented in cities across the world. I first want to begin with a pilot project called City Pulse. This was an opportunity to create an interactive platform looking at the way that data within cities is spatialized. This is a street-by-street analysis, as you can see for the video, that every street is ranked based on its level of accessibility as well as its vibrancy. 7 different layers, including walkability, tourism, and vibrancy, are shown here so that city decision makers are better able to understand, spatialize, and visualize their cities that they're working within. Right now, the portfolio of this project includes several cities stretching across Europe, including Athens, Bilbao, Madrid, Amsterdam, and Vienna. Once you click into those city profiles, you'll see that there's an interactive platform containing a map of the city, and every street is ranked and scored based on those KPIs that were developed. Because of the very granular aggregation, there's also an opportunity to look at the way that this is aggregated at larger scales, such as neighborhoods and district levels as well. Even one area, you can begin to see where one layer might be performing very highly. There's always other layers that might be underperforming or need better investment from the cities. This is creating benchmark tools, but also providing comparisons across other cities in the European Union. Next, I want to speak about an ongoing project in the city of Kharkiv, Ukraine. There's currently an ongoing conflict taking place within Kharkiv, as it is located only a few kilometers away from the Russian border. It has sustained an incredible amount of damage, and the Norman Foster Foundation has currently been working on master planning initiatives to not only reconstruct, but to regenerate the city and what that means. So Norman has this amazing vision that there would be a 5 pilot project stage, that the urban regeneration wouldn't take place overnight, but that this would be taken place within fragments throughout the city. Today, I want to speak about one of those neighborhoods and one of the tools that was developed to better understand how the city could be reconstructed and to make sure that it was hitting the goals both set by the United Nations as well as the mayor's delivery unit as well. Looking at the map of Kharkiv, Ukraine, we've located a couple of the neighborhood sites here, but we will be specifically looking at the science neighborhood, which has a pretty central location. Again, this is a network analysis-based study, and so for everyone who was participating in the workshops earlier this week, I hope this gets you very excited about the possibilities of centralities and city analysis. My team and I developed a tool that would better understand, as this planning project would take place, were we meeting the goals? Were we meeting certain goals set by the European Union, but also by the United Nations and the Mayor's Delivery Unit, as well as their climate action plans? Right here on the screen, we can see the current existing, current conditions of the site. This central piece that you'll see behind me is actually a very focal marketplace. And so this is a very large-scale marketplace, which was specifically targeted during the conflict. And so it's been damaged quite heavily within the last couple of months. Currently, phase one of the project, although this is a bit of an abstraction, I hope you can better understand the scale of this master planning that is currently taking place. Phase one is specifically looking at rebuilding mobility options and commercial avenues, where phase two is looking at growing this residential capacity as well. There are 3 specific layers that were measured for this tool. The first one is looking at access to green space. And so if we're looking at the current conditions, we see that this is a fairly industrial site. The marketplace itself has a lot of parking lots, and there's not a lot of access to parks, as well as rivers or green spaces throughout the city. However, this was better able to inform the planning process because we knew that we wanted to increase access for residents of Kharkiv. As you can see, as phase one takes place and as phase two takes place, we are greatly increasing this accessibility to green space. Additionally, looking at building granularity, looking at how the existing condition was versus how it could become. Again, this becomes an interactive tool where users are able to toggle back and forth between what can be and versus what was. And finally, looking at walkability, the current conditions shows that the marketplace itself is highly walkable, but looking to expand through both the phases, that this would drastically increase the connectivity within this region. When we look at the sites themselves and the planning process itself, you're being able to see that similar to the City Pulse tool, we're looking at a street-by-street analysis and greatly increasing that access to green space, greatly increasing building density, and making and elevating the quality of life. This was not a tool intended to select the site. However, the site was given to us and there were certain real-world constraints that we were working within. However, knowing that this neighborhood needed investment, this tool was in place to make sure that we were able to take these plans and current conditions and make sure that the next phase and the next chapter of this neighborhood is making the greatest impact for its residents. Next, I want to take a look at one of the student projects, which was taken place last year. This was working specifically with the city of Bilbao in Spain. So just north of Madrid, where we're based right now, Bilbao is currently located within the Basque region. It's in a very extreme topography range, and it has a very deep history, both in industry and manufacturing, but also in the history of Spain as well. When we look at the municipality of Bilbao, we'll see that understanding the accessibilities of different institutions, such as knowledge institutions, leisure facilities, arts and culture spaces, and sports and fitness centers, as well as food, nutrition, and restaurants. You'll see that a lot of these are concentrated very central within the city, and the peripheral boundaries of the municipality are less serviced. So anyone who lives towards the edge of the municipality must travel much further to get to these sites of interest and basic amenities. There's another consideration to take place, and that's the extreme topography that we see, which also impacts levels of accessibility and connectivity within the city. The students were also looking at demographic realities of Bilbao, and a noticeable concerning trend that the mayor's office is taking note of is that the population is rapidly aging. Right now, the average age of the Basque Country is almost 48 years old, but we see that there's going to be a larger elderly dependency ratio in the future as younger citizens or residents are moving to other cities, Madrid and Barcelona in particular. We're also seeing that, that this trend is going to continue, and projected trends are showing that, that it's something to take note of, that the younger population is slowly moving out, and our life expectancy rates are getting much longer. One interesting note, however, is that while people who were originally born in Bilbao are typically staying within Bilbao, there's also a large influx of immigration coming to Bilbao as well. So we see in 2011, there was a considerable amount of immigration coming to the southern regions, but in 2024, we're seeing that there's a larger increase in terms of people moving in all across the city. And although there are negative stereotypes about immigration, one of the main priorities of the city was we want to make sure that every resident within Bilbao, every person living here, feels as if they know their neighbor, and how can we better strengthen that community aspect. So when we asked the city about their sustainability goals, they didn't answer with environmental or ecological concerns, but they actually talked a lot more about social and community aspects of sustainability. Right now, 1 in 5 residents suffers from unwanted social isolation within Spain and have a difficult time connecting with their community or feeling as if they're closely embedded within their community and neighborhoods. So the students of this group proposed a series of what they've been calling the social boosters, the city boosters. These are a series of interventions that would take place throughout the city that are implemented for the sole effect of starting conversations with your neighbors, pulling together different community groups, and creating these spaces that feel safe and comfortable for all different age groups and demographics to come and spend time with one another. There's several ways, there are several considerations to take into account when looking at creating these boosters. There's different demographics in terms of age, as well as different income levels, education levels, genders, and languages. We also want to look at different thematics to make sure that these boosters, which are to be built throughout the city, are taking into account the vibrant arts and culture scene, as well as food and leisure, but also fitness and health as well. And finally, there's a few dimensions of what a booster can accomplish. And sometimes it's about bridging communities, sometimes it's about linking communities, and sometimes it's about starting and fostering those communities. So if you imagine that each of these boosters is taking into account multiple aspects and combinations of these dimensions and challenges and demographics, there's an opportunity that there's a spatial correlation, there's a spatial answer to those social inputs as well. Looking throughout the city of Bilbao, we can imagine that they become a large network of boosters that are looking into really fostering the arts and culture scene as well as these communal aspects. Each of them would be tagged with a template similar to what you see here, where it tells you a little bit more about why it was put in place, whether it was about to foster this arts and culture scene, whether it was to bring people together and foster community, and what they're hoping to accomplish by meeting your neighbors and coming together in these spaces. So each of these boosters, as the residents begin to take this challenge and start their implementation, you first need to do a very deep dive into the social demographic analysis, followed by a deep spatial analysis, and finally a selection from what was called the booster catalog. So this included over 300 examples of different spaces and spatial components that could be added throughout the city that would allow residents to come together and spend time with one another and get to know their neighbor. For example, as we can see here modeled, there was an empty alleyway that typically was used by residents and commuters, but partly because of its location, but also partly because of how narrow the site was. This wasn't a space that was typically activated. If it was selected for a social booster, we could imagine that this could turn into an arena that was focused on health and sports and safety, and boosting different family groups, children, as well as different age groups as well. So here's that same alley that we see taken on site. And as you can imagine, by implementing these spatial components, we can begin to measure the impact of how people are coming together, how long they're staying, and how that's really impacting not only their physical health, but also their social health as well. So the call was really about implementing this throughout the city, so that residents would also have ideas about ways that they could boost and socially boost different unactivated spaces within their city. Working directly with the mayor's office, they had very positive feedback about how even investing in some of these in some of these intervention styles would produce really positive outcomes, especially when it comes to different age groups, which typically tend to self-isolate, or if they were feeling new to the area, if there was a way to better integrate with the locals as well. Next, I want to move to our next project, which is another student project working directly with the municipality of Athens in Greece. The city of Athens has a lot of very large, ambitious climate goals that they're hoping to reach within the next couple of years. And they have a lot of statistics and a lot of numbers that they're hoping to reach. And they have this vision of reaching there for all the residents and providing this equal access for their residents. However, what the group wanted to do was really bridge what we saw as the vision, these urban analytics, and the strategies for action. So, as we know, the city of Athens typically makes the news every summer for the number of heat waves that it experiences. It's often dubbed as Europe's hottest capital. As we can see, in the 1980s, there was one documented heat wave. In the 2030s, there's a projected amount of seven elongated heat waves. But as we can see, within the next couple of generations, we'll see even more than 40 documented heat waves within the year. Looking at what was collected from 2020, we're seeing that the summer months are typically above the thermal comfort threshold. This is typically set as the threshold of what the human body is able to accommodate without major health implications. But as we can see, even the projected numbers for 2030 and 2100 show that most of the year is actually crossing this threshold into a very dangerous zone of not only moderate heat stress, but dangerous and potentially fatal heat stress as well. When we worked with the municipality, they had several ideas about how they could accomplish this drastic change in environmental relief. They were hoping not only to improve access to mobility, but access to public spaces and relief spaces as well. There are several documentations from the city administration that includes the Climate Neutrality Action Plan, as well as objectives from the city administration. This is looking towards several different objectives that they're hoping to reach within the next couple of years. However, we saw that there were synergies between what the foundation was working on and what the city was working on, primarily that they were going to plant 35,000 trees within the next couple of years, and they need to find locations in order to do that. This could be a strategy not only for heat relief, but also to regenerate some of those urban spaces as well. To give you a little bit of context, the city of Athens and the municipality itself is actually located in the center of this diagram. However, when you're on site, you wouldn't necessarily know the boundary between what is municipal and what is Greater Athens. And so while we were working directly within the municipality of Athens, a lot of the strategies that were developed could be expanded up into the Greater Athens region as well. Right now, looking at carbon emissions from the city, we see that business as usual is quite concerning. However, these climate neutrality plans that were published in 2019 showed that they were hoping to be climate neutral by the year 2040, which is fantastic. And then the most recent one, which was published, is hoping to be climate neutral by 2030. This is, of course, incredibly ambitious, and for anyone in the room who has experience working with carbon emissions and carbon reduction can see what an immense challenge this is going to be, but also all the opportunities that can stem from this. So the students then took a very deep dive into the urban analytics part. Following the post-World War, there was an incredible mass production of housing and a rapid sprawl that was a result of this. Because of this rapid sprawl, we realized that there was a sacrificing of green and blue spaces in the name of densifying as quickly as possible. When this happened, that also means that the imperviousness of the city was incredibly high, with over 70% of the municipality completely impervious, meaning that it's covered with concrete, asphalt, and a lot of heat-trapping materials. Additionally, because of this rapid sprawl, we also realized that that means that there's a high car ownership and therefore poor walkability. All of this was done on site in Madrid. However, during our site visit, we were able to validate all of these findings. As you can see, the streets are car-dominated, whether it's cars that are moving or cars that are parked. The pedestrian not only is forced to find alternative ways to move through the streets, but it's often not encouraged at all for pedestrians to move through here. We also see that the urban composition itself includes a lot of high-density buildings and small urban blocks, which results in limited space for nature, as well as narrow car-dominated streets, and narrow sidewalks if they're there at all. We know that there is a large population, and specifically a large residential population to the north of the city. We saw that a lot of the tourist accommodations would be in the center of the municipality, and therefore a lot of the housing blocks would be dedicated to hotels and tourism arrangements. However, if you're looking to make the greatest impact for residents, you would look towards the outskirts of the municipality, specifically in the north region as well. We also started looking into the idea that the city was hoping to plant trees, and if that's the case, then how are they doing on that progress so far? So currently they have over 90,000 trees already planted on the streets, and looking at that number, that's very impressive for a city in this region, in the Mediterranean climate. And so there was a little bit of relief when we found this data set. However, when we get to the site itself, as you can see, the large majority of the trees, especially the ones that have been planted within the last couple of years, are not doing a lot to offset this heat experience, as well as all of the benefits that trees could offer. The ways that they've been planted are often haphazard, not well maintained, and this is the opportunity that the students wanted to jump towards. Within the municipality of Athens, there was over 944 kilometers of streets. And because of this, we understand that although right now it's one of the current challenges of the city, we believe that the streets are the greatest asset of Athens and the future of its climate resilience plans. If we believe that streets are public space, then that means that the streets are for everyone, that they should be multimodal as well as comfortable and safe, not only for the cars and vehicles, but also for the pedestrians and the people who navigate them. The students wanted to develop a tool which would be an interactive platform for the government as well. This would be measuring different layers of what was termed as the Urban Comfort Index. So this was not only looking at issues related to heat, but also looking into how well the city is serviced in terms of mobility, relief, and walkability as well. If we look at a more granular study, every street would be ranked based on these components. It would allow a user who is coming in to select a certain street and understand how well or over or underperforming it would be doing. And by taking 10-meter segments of every street, we would have a very granular understanding of each street composed within the municipality. Of course, similar to previous projects that we've been looking at, this also means that we're not only understanding the street itself, but how it can be aggregated to larger building blocks, districts, and communities as well. Within the municipality of Athens, there are actually 7 districts, what they also call communities. And so we also wanted to have a better understanding of how each district is performing against one another. And so as we go through the different layers of this Urban Comfort Index, we can see that we are looking at the Experienced Universal Thermal Heat Index that was taken in 2020. as well as a shade index. Mobility index, which is looking at public forms of transportation, including buses, metros, and trams, as well as a sidewalk quality index. This is the one that was beginning to note data sets of whether or not there was a sidewalk there to begin with, how many obstacles were in place, and the quality of the sidewalk itself, if it was in need of maintenance. And finally, access to relief. And relief takes on many different forms within the city of Athens, but a lot of infrastructure around access to public drinking fountains, as well as cooling shelters, and moments of relief from this very intensive heat. However, as we began to look through all of these different layers, we realized that every street, in one way or another, was underperforming across one of these scales. What that means is that even if a street was very well shaded, it might perhaps be located very far from an amenity or public transportation. And if something was very close to public transportation, perhaps it was being overheated or not taken care of from the heat and sun as well. And so there's a second tool that was developed for the city, and it's been called the priority filter, or the priority street prioritization tool. And this is identifying routes that would be most likely walked by pedestrians traveling to and from amenities. And so as we look at what that means, similar to centrality analyses that have been run, this one is weighted knowing that the citizens of Athens would be walking to and from specific amenities, specifically looking at the metro stations running through the city, as well as schools located throughout the districts, green spaces, as well as the quality and size of those green spaces, as well as existing pedestrian routes. And I want to stop here again for a moment to say that the city has been prioritizing pedestrian routes and creating more of these. However, as you can see from this map and from a quick overview, a lot of the pedestrian routes are either intensely fragmented or not connected to one another. So it was less about adding on to these, but it was more about connecting the different pedestrian routes as well. So finally, we move into the third chapter of this project, which is looking at actionable strategies to create change, not only to plant trees, but to turn this into an opportunity of regenerating public space and making meaningful changes to the public spaces as well. There's a neighborhood by the name of Kypsili in the north of Athens with over 60,000 people. It has a very high density rate, almost entirely of residential population. When we look at the physical characteristics, we see that there's characteristics that are inclusive of the entire municipality, including topography that we see towards the north, as well as a few minor parks towards the south as well. When we applied that prioritization filter over the neighborhood itself, we were able to extract these as the top priority walking routes that are running through the neighborhood. If we know that this is the starting point and we are able to give this to the municipality to begin their studies of what it means to start implementation and the greatest impact for people who are walking through this neighborhood, that's already an incredible feature of this tool. Within these walking routes, the team then identified 3 specific forms of intervention, and that would be the street, an orthogonal intersection, and a triangular intersection. So when we look at the streets within the neighborhood of Kypsili, there are 2 dominant typologies of streets. Type A has one-way traffic with parking on both sides, and Type B is looking at parking on one side. One of the greatest ideas to come from this proposal is that we need to start removing the parked cars which are on the street and reclaiming that for the pedestrians as well as for street plots as well. As you can imagine, one parked car could be equivalent to about 3 street trees, as long as they have the proper base and clearance, and when they're staggered, as you see on the bottom diagram, then it also provides more relief as pedestrians are walking through. However, we know that this is going to be a long process of taking parking off of the streets. And so even if we imagine that we're only removing 1% of the total street parking within Kipsili, this would be almost 400 trees. If we were able to remove 5% of the parking, we would have almost 2,000 trees. And as you can see, by the time we reach a really ambitious number, like 25% of street parking, this would be over 9,000 trees and very much on track for the mayor meeting their goal. So this included creating categories both for type A and type B about what each of these street plots would need and how to do this in phases so that the city could implement this as quickly as possible and continue for the next couple of years. Looking at orthogonal intersections as well, it was about developing safer intersections for pedestrians, protecting those intersection crossroads from parked cars, as well as obstacles, including dumpsters and other obstacles that might happen on the sidewalk. And finally, I want to look at a typology, which is a very interesting and unique characteristic of Athens. Again, partly due to this rapid sprawl, what we realize is that there are several triangular intersections where there's a small roundabout-like space in the center of a very large intersection, which is completely unused. There's no way to inhabit it, and there's often very little vegetation or anything helpful in that site. However, if we were able to reconnect one of those sides of the triangle, it wouldn't greatly impact mobility. However, it would reclaim a lot of public space for pedestrians and for businesses. For example, looking at this one triangular intersection, which is located within Kipsili, the students imagined what it would be like to close one of the sides of these triangles, and seeing this scale really begins to understand the impact of a small move like this, making bold change and producing a lot of space, not only for planting trees, but using that as an opportunity to create better, more accessible spaces. Looking at the ground level of that same triangle, you can see that currently it's inhabited by parked cars, small shrubberies, and lots of fences. However, we can start to imagine and be more playful on the side of things with how this could not only be a street, but more about public space for everybody. And finally, a space of relief and comfort from the increasing heat. Kipsili is only 5% of the municipality, and it was estimated very conservatively that the city would be able to plant over 11,000 trees within that neighborhood. And if you can imagine that for one neighborhood, you can imagine that that same framework could be scaled up to different parts of the city, not only for the streets, but also the intersections and the triangle intersections as well. And finally, I want to end on one more project today. This is looking at expanding the first project, which we were discussing, expanding the framework of CityPulse. CityPulse is a very powerful tool, not only for residents of a city, but also for the decision makers of those cities. And so looking at expanding that project is not only about expanding the portfolio of cities, but also the topics which are studied. So as we began to brainstorm the next phase of this tool, it was very important that we prioritize open access data. It's an interactive tool, not only for city decision makers, but for the residents as well, that's impactful for everyone involved, so that it can compare cities by using key metrics, ultimately to be an informative tool that's building awareness. So the pilot cities for this are going to take place across Spain, where each city is developed as a profile. So as we can see, these different cities, which are located all across the geography, the terrain, and cultural and social differences across Spain, they would be collected, and different profiles would be measured and analyzed to better understand how Spanish cities are performing in terms of their relationship to health and urban health. As we click into Madrid, we can imagine that we would zoom into the municipality level, and we'd be given a lot of information, not only about the population and density, but other factors that we know impact health, including youth unemployment, average income, and disparity ratios as well. We would also be able to look at the demographics of each city. As you can imagine, Madrid has a very large student and young professional working population. However, we know that there are several other towns and municipalities that have aging populations or very young populations, and the way that you think through health implementations and strategies for developing health-related projects is going to depend very greatly on who your demographic proposals will be. So although we are trained to look at our cities a certain way, we also want to take this as an opportunity for, again, network analysis to better understand and spatialize the different layers that impact our health. The 6 assigned layers for right now in this project is, as we're specifically looking at mental and social health, access to green elements and blue elements, as well as the accessibility of an active lifestyle, the playfulness of your city, as well as sensory stimulants and accessibility to your basic amenities. So right now, although Madrid is performing quite well in several areas, including public green spaces and tree canopy coverages, we also see that there is a growing pattern in the center of Madrid where there's access to bodies of water and public drinking fountains and active lifestyles, not only including bicycle lanes, but also sports facilities and walkability scores as well. And playfulness, which is not only for children and playgrounds, but also looking at access to different community centers and social aspects of this playfulness. And looking through sensory stimulants, this one's focusing a little more specifically on air and noise pollution, not only coming from highways, but also landfills, industrial plants, and odor zones as well. And then finally looking at a layer potential of accessibility and what it means for residents to feel connected not only to health infrastructure, but also to grocery stores, education, and basic amenities. So today we had the opportunity to look through these five different projects. And while they were united, not only because they each had the opportunity to look into a different use of a digital tool, you'll also notice that there was another unifying factor, and that they were all located within the European context. And so as this program is very new, last year was the first cohort and the first graduation of the master's program within the Norman Foster Institute. However, this year, students are working across Cape Town, Freetown, and Melilla in the African continent. And next year, we're very excited to continue expanding into Latin America and India as well. And so this was really an opportunity to continue expanding collaborations and continue fostering these attitudes so that the tools that were developed in the European context, of course, those KPIs need to shift as we continue to increase our knowledge and data sets and understanding of the world. Because ultimately, as we continue to develop these interactive tools, the most important part is that it's impactful for the residents and impactful for city decision makers as they're developing their key metrics and supporting change for the better. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I really appreciate all of your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia, for that deeply insightful and critically grounded presentation. Your work reminds us that intelligence, urban or artificial, must always remain accountable to the civic imagination. We now move from infrastructures of governance to the architectures of geometry, fabrication, and computational innovation. Now it is my pleasure to introduce architect Shajay Bhooshan, Associate Director at Zaha Hadid Architects and co-founder of ZHA Code, the Practices Computation and Design Research Group. Since 2007, Shajay has worked at the cutting edge of computational geometry, robotics, and parametric urbanism, advancing both theory and applied technology across architecture and construction.
He holds advanced degrees from the Architectural Association, University of Bath, and ETH Zurich, and currently leads cross-disciplinary research in AI-driven design, immersive urban systems, and digital fabrication at scale. In today's keynote, titled Realizing Parametricism, High-resolution urbanism and architecture in the age of AI, architect Shajay will explore how computation has evolved beyond form making into a multi-scalar design methodology, one that bridges architecture, engineering, and civic agency. His work speaks directly to the ethos of Transformations 2025 as to how do we align architectural intelligence with ecological, social, and technological change.
Please join me in welcoming architect Shajay Bhooshan. May I invite architect Professor Aparna Surve ma'am, Dean, D.Y. Patil School of Architecture, and co-convener of Conference Transformations 2025 to felicitate architect Shajay Bhooshan.
I guess so. Yeah. But will I see it there? Oh, I can. Yeah. Okay. You can start. Yeah. All right. Thanks everybody for your patience. First of all, thanks to D.Y. Patil School of Architecture for the invitation to and the opportunity to speak to you all. And kind of give insight into the technologies that are continuing to be developed behind like many of the projects that Hadid architects might be known for. Special thanks to the Dean and all the other organizers that I've been in touch with. Like it's been a very warm welcome, and it's extremely I'm very happy to be back in India after almost 20 years of being away. I started coming back more regularly to India last year, and I hope that frequency increases more. So, as mentioned, like I'm going to talk about realizing parametricism, which is not only the technologies of parametric design, but also like the architectural motivations and goals related to the use of that technology, and how eventually that has been accelerated or has the potential to be accelerated in the age of AI. When we talk about AI, I want to start with like a project that attracted me to Hadid Architects, is this project in for the factory for BMW, which won her the Pritzker. And it was completed in 2003, it won her the Pritzker in 2005. This was almost 20 years ago, if you think about it. The firm was already thinking about Industry 4.0, where this is an actual functioning factory for the BMW. You can see the car is being assembled, and the assembly line is actually being snaked through all the other administrative spaces. So it was the first attempt to mix white-collar workers with blue-collar workers, and and more importantly, for everybody in the factory to see the product that they're producing. Whether you're in administration, whether you're in HR, or whether you're on the factory floor, you want to be visibly part of the thing that you're producing, right? Like, so that was the idea with this radical new building, which was thinking about Industry 4.0 and how technology can actually inform architecture, and how architecture can give expression to new technologies and new socio-cultural formations that result through the use of technology. In this case, it was the automobile, but in the 21st century, like that ambition still carries forward in our architecture. Over the last 45 plus years, like we have only built about 100 projects, which obviously means each project like typically takes 5 to 10 years from drawing from the initial competition like to physical realization. But that also means that each of these projects is on our website. Like we don't have anything that is you can call bread and butter. Every project is unique. Every context is unique. Every client is unique. Every user group is unique. And so that's why it takes a lot of time for us to realize one of these projects. That speed has been partially, substantially increased in recent years. Like, for example, this airport project that we did in Beijing, start to finish from competition to completion was only 4.5 years. And it was, at that time, the world's largest airport terminal, and about 80,000 visitors, 80,000 passengers, but about 500,000 visitors would come in just to look at like the building. And so that in itself was very much rewarding for us to see that there were more visitors than passengers taking the air terminal in the first year it was open. And at the same time, there was this other building that was opened in 2019, which was at that time the world's building with the tallest atrium, and it's one of the more recent buildings that actually uses an atrium. And for us, atriums are like a social device. So people in every floor can see people in the other floors. And in fact, how we got it through planning was that these are two separate towers with an extra skin, right? So there's a lot of investment. We have to convince planners, we have to convince regulators, we have to do a lot of fire safety tests and so on. That's why some of these buildings take a lot of time. And also what's more important, when I joined the office, I could already see some of the technology investments that were happening, which were realized 10 years later in these buildings in China, right? So that's the kind of scope of investment, and the gestation period. So I know many of you have spoken to over the tea break and so on, there's anxiety in the age of AI that somehow you're going to be left behind. I want to reassure everybody that architecture is a slow profession. You have really nothing to fear other than wanting to commit for a 50-year journey, right? And so we are trying also to bring some of this collaborative spirit to our first project here in Navi Mumbai, and our first project in India. Hopefully it will be completed soon, and we can engage with more projects here. So that's broadly speaking the history of the company, and I run the research team, so I'm going to talk about the technology that we try to nurture and develop together with design. These are not independent things, and that's why I wanted to present the first half of all the things that we have done without any AI, but truly collaboratively and over a long period of time. And so that spirit comes from from us wanting to follow in the footsteps of the Bauhaus, where technology and design were co-nurtured in the short period that it was active, but it had deep impact throughout the 20th century. So what we mean by that is the Bauhaus was engaging with new forms of knowledge and new technologies at the time, new methods of manufacturing. Here's Joseph Albers, with his students talking about curved origami, which was rediscovered at that time in the 1920s, and it was thought of as relevant to teach to designers. And then a lot of that R&D and that explorative spirit began to be seen post Second World War in Europe, with all these showcase buildings that demonstrated technology and demonstrated a kind of nation building aspect. That's why we need these iconic buildings to uplift the spirit of a nation that's coming out of war. But it was also technology demonstration, so which means that many of the technologies that were demonstrated in these showcase buildings later made its way into everyday buildings, like the residential buildings, which make up most of our cities, right? Like between 30 to 40 or 50% of many cities are just residential buildings. And therefore, it also affects like all the cities that we see of the 20th century. And so the impact of the Bauhaus early exploratory ideas on the left, all the way to the cities of the 20th century was like very tangible, but it took about 70 years. And so we want to follow in those footsteps, but for the 21st century, and equally explorative, equally collaborative, equally cumulative. So we have expended a lot of our like early years of the team that I lead called the Computation and Design Research Group. We invested like about 10 years making pavilions, engaging with local supply chains, local craft. The top row is all pavilions we made in India and Mexico, and then some in the middle row are in China and Italy, and so on and so on, right? So we spent we made 2 of these pavilions every year for the first 10 years. We barely made any buildings. And which later meant unfortunately, when Zaha passed away, we were thrust into contributing to the rest of the projects. And we were able to contribute positively to all these projects since she passed away, unfortunately, that we were utilizing all of the R&D and all of the cumulative and collaborative work that we were doing through these pavilions. And so now we routinely contribute to about 1 million square meters every year of constructed square meters. So similarly, we are now further confident, and expanding our scope to look at mass customized buildings, not just mass produced buildings. And eventually, we also hope to have a similar range of activity, like look into cities furthermore. So broadly speaking, like the rest of the presentation, I'm going to be talking about the first 2 things, which is like architectural scale, and I will touch a little bit about modular buildings and how it could potentially impact cities of the 21st century. And underpinning all of this is like my core interest, and the core interest of like the team that I lead is computational geometry. And when computational geometry intersects with architectural morphology, we will call it architectural geometry. And similarly, I will hint upon what that could mean when computational geometry intersects with urban morphology, and some of the role models we are looking in that. So I'll speak mostly for architectural geometry, a little bit on the urban side. And lastly, I will also hold good my promise about talking about AI. I don't want to lead with AI because I don't want to paint the picture that AI is the new silver bullet. There are no silver bullets in architecture, but everything is cumulative and can collaboratively help shape the built environment. So starting with architectural geometry, broadly speaking, I want to communicate one single point, which is that over the last 2.5 decades of the 21st century, all of the knowledge systems, all of the technologies associated with architectural geometry are mature, and they're applicable in any economy, any kind of economy, whether it's in a labor-intensive economy or if it's a labor minimum economy and so on. And broadly, again, what we mean by architectural geometry is that it's the intersection of computational tools and computational geometry with architectural design tasks. What that means is these complex shape buildings, iconic buildings, showcase buildings, public buildings which are frequented by a large number of people. And the history of this is also, of architectural geometry, is pre-computer age. Like buildings like the Sagrada Familia were calculated, the structure was calculated without a computer, which was using simple tools of geometry, like the drawings that you see. They're tools of graphic statics, and also calibrated with some physical models, and so on. So that's the kind of design-friendly technology that we want to connect back with. And then also, alongside design-friendly tools, there's also lots of tacit knowledge that has been associated with that design-friendly tools, like which has been unearthed by people like Mark and Jane Burry. For example, Mark tells this famous story that Gaudi spent 8 long years calibrating that physical model so that he could then build the crypt building in Barcelona. So 8 long years is what Gaudi spent of the 33 years that he spent building the Sagrada Familia. So these days we can do that much quicker. Form finding, so architectural geometry also includes so-called form finding or structurally appropriate shapes, things like the Great British Museum roof or also the Munich roof. Like that diagram is the earliest simulation of use of computers to calculate cable net structures. So all of this knowledge is now readily available, like what used to take years and years of calibration, you can now like interact with ChatGPT and like know and have some kind of working knowledge in a short time. And so this field is now been formalized into something called architectural geometry, and it's an exciting field, like at the intersection of design, at the intersection of fabrication, at the intersection of science and mathematics and a lot of new young people versus old historic knowledge. All of it is now beginning to be formalized, and it's a very active field, which since this book came out in 2007. And associated with that is parametricism, or some part of it called tectonism, which is the architectural use of all of this technology and all of this knowledge, is like how we can be inspired by engineering logics, but also not forget that we are architects, that we need not only make a building work, but it needs to work for the people within and the users of the building. So that's the role of the architect. We need to know enough about geometry and enough about engineering so that we can actually utilize all these logics in creating an expression out of it. Quickly going through some of the aspects of architectural geometry and some examples. For example, like these fabric structures, like the one that has been shown outside, which is made in paper or plastic, you can also scale it up. Like that's one of the single most important features of these kind of geometries, is that you can make a small model on your table and then you can also scale it up. So I was first introduced to this like way back in 2004 when I was doing my master's program at like the Design Research Lab at the AA. My colleagues, like they happened to discover like this tool called Mathematica, where you can just type in some equations and then you get these surfaces. So it was literally like magic that we could change some numbers and you see all these complex shapes that come out of it. At the same time, there was another team of my colleagues, like they were looking at producing those shapes, but manually, using a software called Maya at the time. So one was produced mathematically, and the other was produced intuitively by modeling these surfaces. And later, like I discovered like a greater interest in these surfaces and how they can be simulated, what are their structural properties, and so on. And like so I continued that research into like my residency in Autodesk. Furthermore, like I tried to physically realize some of these shapes. Like this was a very expensive 3D print at that time, about $3,000 it cost us, like for a small tabletop model, which you can now do for maybe $10, right? And then we also didn't want to restrict ourselves only to printing. Like we then realized like how to make this by stretching fabric, like tabletop models. And then in 2012, like we also realized the first fabric form shell structure here in Bangalore. And what was very interesting was like the tailor who cut the fabric, his shop was no bigger than like 3 or 4 square meters. He couldn't even unroll the entire fabric in his shop. He had to come onto site. But he had like this tacit knowledge, like how to cut this. And you can also see the reinforcement layout, like it is, we didn't make any drawings. We only explored the principle. We said, drop a stone from the highest point and follow the path down. And that is the logic of most reinforcement layouts anyway, is you follow the path of the steepest descent. And so, and you can see in the reinforcement layout, there's an inherent geometric pattern, even though we didn't make any drawings. We described the principle, we described the rule, and since then, we found that that principle is also scalable. It doesn't matter whether this is in India or the same principle, you bend some pipe, stitch some fabric, and you get a much more expensive building, which is weatherproof and so on. But the principle is the same that we explored in a 2-week workshop versus like a 2-year building construction project in the heart of London. And similarly, you can also use it on the interior. You can see the geometric patterns of like tailoring, like that stitch pattern really matters to be able to get the right shape. And also the pipes, like they need to be bendable and so on. So geometric knowledge really comes into play. And we were also well rewarded when this small gallery project of 1,000 square meters, like just in the first year, attracted more than 1 million visitors. And many of them would stay on in this gallery because it was like a pleasant place, like designed for rest and speculation and contemplation and so on. And the other thing that we did was to lower the bar, the lowest height, to the height of a child, so the child can go through whilst adults have to dip down. So that's how we created spaces within spaces, because the gallery was very tight, very small, only 1,000 square meters, and we had to exhibit a large number of objects. But same technology and the same R&D we also applied for this deployable emergency school in the Syrian-Turkish border, because we had to make these schools available for these refugee children before the winter would roll in. So we use the same umbrella logic, like it comes flat packed, and you unfold it and you stretch the fabric and you get a school which can be deployed in like about a week's time. And after many years, it's still standing, it's still being used by thousands of kids, and the refugee camp has unfortunately grown bigger and bigger. But the same logic still applies to a stadium roof, like whether it's an emergency shelter or interior project or a cable net structure for a stadium roof, which we again, start to finish, we built in about 3 years, which is only possible in China. So this is the completed project, but again, you can see like the logic of making models, like you make a small scale model, a slightly bigger scale model, and instead of stretching fabric, you stretch some cables, and the construction process is also exactly the same. So you bend bigger pipe and you stretch bigger cable, but like the principal scale. And so what started as a playful thing, like many in 2004, by 2024, like we are like applying that intuition at the scale of a stadium, like a 60,000 seat stadium, which can be built in about 2 to 3 years. Because like everybody on the team is well versed with how these things work, right? And so that's the benefit of investing in a long-term research program and a long-term conviction about playful experimentation and slowly building up capacities. Similarly, I'm going to quickly run through this idea of digital concrete or 3D concrete printing, where you have digitally placed the material rather than pour concrete into a formwork. You use a robot to digitally place material only where it's needed. And how did we get started with 3D printing? Again, in a playful way. Here you can see, we just, on a cold winter day in London, we asked our students to heat some wax and like squirt it. And so as you squirt it, because it's cold, it freezes. But you can see it's like the way it settles is a certain arch-like shape or a vault. That's because wax has no tensile capacity, and the only way it can be stable is if it forms these arch-like shapes. And so that principle applies to concrete as well, because concrete, like wax, cannot have any tensile capacity without introducing steel. So we then, so that was in 2012, and then 2015, we got access to the first robot in University of Innsbruck with a small startup called Incremental 3D. We did our first prints, and this was like the state of the first print. And we also, alongside, developed a lot of, hacked together a lot of software to run the robot. And then that gave me enough confidence to do something, base my entire PhD on this topic, which I started with the block research group in ETH in 2017, and then by 2021 we were able to demonstrate this technology, which combines the compressive ideas of wax squirting with like 3D printing and also ancient knowledge of masonry construction with regular stone. And so, so this striatus bridge is an arched, unreinforced masonry footbridge composed of 3D printed blocks, not regular stone blocks, but it's assembled again without mortar, exactly like you would assemble stone blocks. And I will run a little video that shows you, gives you an idea what that is. This one has some sound if you can. So as the video made clear, like what it was combining was ancient knowledge of like, masonry construction. As you can see, bricks are laid in a very geometric pattern along arches. And that's because like bricks are, again, like stone, they cannot take, they can only take compressive loads. So geometry really matters when you work with like weak material like bricks or even strong material like stone, but it's only compressive. So the shape matters, the way you lay material matters, and so we translate all of those principles into 3D concrete printing, and instead of assembling small bricks, we are assembling larger blocks of stone, and each of those stone pieces is actually hollow on the inside, unlike regular stone, thereby saving further material. And because like all of the ancient principles of masonry construction have been studied and also been digitized and upgraded by the work of the block research group, we were able to put together this kind of workflow in a short period of time. This entire project was only about 4.5 months. And it was, all of the research was untested. So three separate teams working in London, working in Vienna, working in Zurich, were able to collaborate and put together such a workflow from start to finish. Like, so designers can manipulate the center lines and everything else gets computed all the way until the assembly sequence. And this is only possible because it has been, all of the knowledge has been cumulatively and collaboratively developed for well over a decade and a half. And these are just some of the bits and pieces that have been individually, separately developed. And each one of these pieces sometimes is a PhD worth of work, right? So including like the famous thrust network analysis algorithm developed by Philippe Bloch, and also other demonstrator projects that were developed by my colleague Matthias Rippmann and so on. And the same for the 3D printing aspects, the same for structural design and so on and so on. And all of this comes together, all of the knowledge, like the Bauhaus, is coming together to like really help deliver sustainable ways to build, like rediscover ancient principles, but upgrade them with digital technologies and robotic technologies to achieve some of the sustainability goals, like reduction of material, repairability, reusability, recyclability, and so on. And similarly with robotic fabrication, like with every other piece of technology that we have ever explored, we start with playful things. This is a $25 robot that you can get in any electronic store, and the principles are exactly the same. Like whether it's this dollar, and then we invested our hard-earned like savings. We bought a slightly better robot, put it in our living room, and tried to get it to draw a bit like Zaha. And we invested in making some more pen holders, and then further start more complicated end effectors, like this one. So now this is 2013, and then 2013 to 2016, like we went to an industrial factory called Odico, which had a whole bunch of robots, including hanging ones and so on. And so for a period of 6 to 7 years, where there were robots, we would all turn up as students and kind of pester people until they let us use and transfer a whole bunch of their knowledge. And this was again, Asbjorn, he started his own company now, and then we also went to Boston for 3 years, until such time that like we now have our own robot lab in the basement of our office. So again, a 10-year period in which to convince our colleagues, convince and learn a lot from other people, so that we can then leverage that and communicate that further. So here's a process of wire cutting. Instead of cutting stone, we are cutting foam here. But all of these, since it's happening in the heart of London, is communicating like the growth of our discipline, the growth of our profession to kids, to other professionals, other designers in the company, and so on. So when projects happen, we are now beginning to explore material tectonics and all those textures that the robot can deliver. If you arrange material in a certain way, if you instruct the robot in a certain way, and you can also see like you can hollow out large sections of the beam and so on. So these kind of tectonic explorations would simply not be possible if you didn't have, if we hadn't invested in the geometric knowledge, and if we hadn't invested in collaborations with like roboticists and other architects. And if we hadn't invested in like a playful exploration of these technologies over a very long period of time, because you cannot accelerate experimentation. And so like the last thing I want to point out, like all of these experiments also possible on the digital side, right? Like we wanted to learn about geometry, and we started again very playfully with these kind of computer graphics exercises, like which are fun to do, and they're visually appealing, and like they're like fun in the way they're animated. And we connect up with like a history of creative coding. Many of you might be aware of like a platform called Processing. It was a PhD thesis of Ben Fry and Casey Reyes, which was helping creative people become coders, right, in 2001. And so we wanted to do something similar, and we internally started creating like a platform to explore digital fabrication, explore geometry in a creative way. So all the robot simulations, all of the geometry simulations, all the playful things, we are doing on our own little playful platform, which has over time grown to assimilate all of these knowledge systems, and which then help us drive most of the projects that we now see. In 2024, we are able to connect up with like other technologies like the NVIDIA Omniverse, and so-called digital twins, so-called future twins, and all of these things, seemingly complex technologies, but can be understood with very playful starting points. And so we now routinely build the building digitally first, like in the digital twin sense, before being physically realized. And that allows us to simultaneously do many of these stadiums, for example. So all these 5 stadiums are in various stages of construction, including the last one on the bottom right is almost complete. And they all share a DNA. They are different shapes, but they share a DNA of the processes. And that allows us to be a very small team, deliver large amounts of constructible square meters. And it also allows for quality control and so on. And this is another project which is about 750,000 square meters, like start to finish was about 6 years. From our side, it was a very small team because, again, like the stadiums, like each building is slightly different, but they all share the same DNA. And it's the same for our master plan projects, which are informed by a similar set of tools and geometric thinking. And some of these master plans are now being physically realized. So I will end with this kind of other segue, as I mentioned, about urban geometry. Like my previous speakers already spoke extensively about the role of network analysis, and like which is also a kind of graph-based analysis, like which is graphs are a kind of geometry, right? So computational geometry, where the way it intersects with urban design, is broadly what you could call urban geometry. And even in that, there is a previous history, like a vocabulary of materials and techniques was part of the Eames Manifesto in the 1950s, which is what we are now calling architectural geometry. But on the other hand, they also discuss something about mass production, like the houses. And so this manifesto was called What is a House? And they were already thinking about in the 1950s, like how systems of mass production can help shape the residential buildings of our cities, and therefore really affect the way our cities are functioning and how the cities look and feel. So that's the history of the case study houses that Eames, the Ray and Charles Eames, like both contributed to. And some of this is also bleeding over into the PhD work of Pascal Miller called Automated Urbanism, and some of it is now being increasingly used in City Engine and other GIS tools and urban design tools that many practices use. And if you trace back the history of this software, again, to the first principles, to scientific papers from the early 2000s, you will realize that a lot of these simulations can be geometric. And like the complexity of a city can be explained through a growth in the geometry, in the geometric complexity over time. So you start simple, and like through rule-based growth, you can almost recreate cities like Las Vegas in this case. Like the red highlighted bit is they're trying to recreate city of Vegas. And similarly, they try to recreate the architectural fabric of Venice, including the urban fabric, right? Like so, procedural modeling in the movie industry and the computer graphics industry actually has a lot to do with urban geometry, and that's where we are now becoming more interested in the design of buildings, because like that in some sense really affects the neighborhood, and that in some sense affects the city. We are not yet like there in terms of the urban morphology aspects, but we are now investing time in the bulk buildings. Like we are trying to revisit prefabrication, revisit modular, revisit ideas of mass customization and so on, which is again rule-based design, like of combinatorics, like how can we design these modules such a way that they can be combined in a variety of ways. There's surprise elements, and like it's not all boring, repetitive blocks, but at the same time we benefit from the economy of scale. So like with every other technology, as I mentioned, we start with a playful project. This was a hypothetical project like initially, but it became quite real. It was for a client in Honduras. Like Honduras is a GDP per capita far less than India. And it's a remote island off of the coast of Honduras. And we wanted to introduce digital fabrication onto this island. And so we proposed two bits of technologies. One is a so-called microfactory, which the client has actually now invested and realized. And the other was a kind of video game where people could participate and buy houses and also create communities first online, and then physically instantiate the houses using the microfactory technologies. So we created this kind of video game where people could log in, and it was a simple enough game, like you could choose pixels in 3D, and then also invite your friends to come and take a look as if you wanted to share some facilities or amenities with your neighbors, or you just wanted them to be your neighbor, and so on. So these are all things that are now very, very possible because of continued evolution of video game technologies, like in this case Unreal, all running in the browser. You don't need a computer. You can all of this is being streamed from a powerful computer on the cloud, and it also makes intuitive how a house feels, like how much of the ocean you can see from your balcony, who's your neighbor, and so on and so on. And so this is a lot of work for architects, because not only we have to create all this software, but we also have to think about the system behind, like how to convert user choice. Like on the back row, users only pick pixels, and then we have to calculate the combination of tiles that can fit in those pixels. So that's like a lot of systems design thinking that we need to bring, and at the same time, we also need to ensure that these combinations are physically buildable, and so we have a kit of parts and the way they combine to create some variety. And additionally, we also know each of those parts, how much time it takes to go from raw material to a wall panel, or how much time it takes to go from raw material to like the roof, and so on. We then we can also like then transfer this information to this startup called the Circular Factory, which has also been helping socially innovate, like it's helped upskill women folk and young carpenters in the island of Roatan to participate in the digital economy. So these two robots and the digital software ecosystem that comes with it is helping upskill like all of the people on that little island. And it also helps like produce these kind of parts which would have been otherwise difficult to do because we'd have to go to a big factory and then they cannot change their tooling in time to make small parts. So micro factory is very agile, and you can help make these parts and make it more tangible and visible to people. So right now we're hoping to get this pilot cluster built, but if that works, like we feel confident, like, so that red little dot is a pilot cluster, that like there can be a larger, like a township kind of thing that can be built, and that can instantiate like a new version of modular, which is climate adapted to the tropical climate of Honduras. But at the same time, it has a variety. It's not only the same boxes repeated again and again. We have a variety of villa types, like we have a variety of co-living types. So this is the kind of design technologies that we want to develop to help build, on the one hand, rapidly build cities, but also they need to be desirable, which means they need to have variety, they need to have environmentally sustainable thinking, they need to have some kind of social innovation, and so on. So that's broadly where we are thinking about going with like our interest in geometry, particularly computational geometry, and its intersections with architectural design and its intersection with urban design. And I will end with like a few glimpses of like what we are currently doing with the intersection of computational geometry with AI, or the latest generation of AI, and I'm going to call it early experiments because that's what it is. Like the latest generation of AI experiments are only 2-3 years old. And like with every other technology, like we start with a playful thing. Here's a collaboration we did with Rafiq Anadol, who's an artist, a data artist, let's say, and we very early on got a glimpse of what AIs could help us in the design tasks. And so we fed it a whole bunch of like ZHA photographs and ZHA images and renderings, and we could see that already that the computer can dream up things that are similar to what we would produce manually or we would imagine, because of we only fed it a whole bunch of our images. And so that became a very powerful way for us to ideate and extend our own ideas, feed it our own images, look at what comes out of the machine, and then, so the top row is all images that came out of the machine by just saying like, I want a Zaha Hadid like building, or I want a Zaha Hadid like interiors, and at the bottom is like the same image that is interpreted by a human designer, and a very skilled human designer, because like an image is not something that you can build with, and an image doesn't give any client the confidence like whether it can be built on the budget or on the time. But once a human designer can interpret that image, all the confidence starts to return, because the human is the one that is giving the confidence through the expertise of the team and the track record and so on. So this became a de facto procedure so that we now apply to almost every project at the early stage. We ideate through text to image, and then we convert to image to 3D manually. So we can explore text to image like very quickly in about in this image, in 2 hours, like there were more than 100 iterations of how the spaces could be used, how many different kind of spaces we can have, and so on. And then once that ideation is like relatively complete, you transfer and interpret that into 3D, which further takes a lot of time, but like you're now saved a lot of front-end time, and you have engaged with the client, because the first process, the clients can engage with you, and they can see how the spaces can be used, which is not possible to see in the 3D model. It's not possible to see in the BIM model. So the client really doesn't care for the BIM model, but they care for the confidence it gives them. But they do also care for how the spaces are going to be used, how it's going to be looking and feeling, and so on. So I will end there. Like I will skip to a video about like the company, the journey that we are gone through so far in the last 45 years as a factory of ideas, and a factory that has been built on a digitally native mindset, a digitally native methodology, and also a digitally native set of technologies. So it's not that we are drawing by hand and then CADing it up and so on. Like our ideas are born digital, and which we think is in a way like what future generations of architects and designers are likely to do. So bear with me when I'm going to skip through a few slides, and I will end with the video. I will end here. So I want to just conclude by saying like geometry is a kind of gift that keeps giving. Always start with like fun experimental things, joyful things, playful things, and slowly build up over time. And that's what's going to make technology fit for purpose. That's what's going to make technology fit for the future. And as hopefully I've shown, the intersection of computational geometry and architecture and urbanism truly results in a scalable set of innovations that we can collaboratively and cumulatively help shape the cities of the 21st century. And so I will end now with this video where it gives a glimpse of why we wake up on a Monday morning happy. Thank you for your attention.
I think this practice is a factory of ideas.
Every day I walk through the office, I see people spinning beautiful three-dimensional models of buildings. Then I see people coding complex algorithms. It's like a symphony of people doing cool stuff.
There's continual excitement for learning, for finding out what's new.
We have many nationalities here. We have different ways of thinking. We come from different places.
It's so satisfying when all of these different viewpoints get thrown in the mixer and you end up with this unique vision of what something could be.
People want to share their enthusiasm and they want to share their ideas, and we're a very open company.
And you have the freedom to create. If you have good design ideas, we're going to explore them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shajay, for that expansive and forward-looking presentation. Together with Olivia's insights, this evening's keynotes have brought us into the thick of what Transformations 2025 aims to provoke, a rethinking of the systems, codes, and capacities that shape the built environment today. We will take the questions for this session along with the audience questions after the moderated caucus.
As with the earlier sessions, please use the QR code on the screen or on the back of your ID cards to send us your questions, and don't hold back. Let's make this conversation expansive and honest.
It was quite a powerful set of keynotes, wasn't it? Olivia and Shajay have left us, as I said, with the provocations that are as technical as they are ethical, and as future-oriented as they are grounded in urgent and real questions.
We've traveled through climate data, spatial codes, AI, and architectural intelligence. And now it's time to put all that energy back into conversation.
We know it's the end of a long day, but sometimes the most unexpected insights come when formality gives way to free-flowing exchange. Once again, hi, I'm Preeti Nayak.
And once again, hi, I'm Professor Samir Sarvi. And together we are delighted to host this final session for the day, a session which is designed not to conclude, but to really open up.
The moderated caucus is our shared space for dialogue, reflection, and maybe even disagreement. We are secretly hoping for that. And we are thrilled to be joined today by our incredible keynote speakers, along with our two moderators, Professor Jayashree Deshpande, convener of Transformations 2025 and director of COA TRC Pune, and Professor Aparna Surve, co-convener and dean of DY Patil, deemed to be University School of Architecture.
May I request our esteemed keynote speakers, all four keynote speakers, along with the two moderators for the discussion, the convener and co-convener of Transformations 2025, to please take their seats on the stage. Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them, please? To set the stage for this dialogue, we begin with brief reflections from our moderators, architects, educators, and institutional leaders, both of them, who have shaped the vision of Transformations 2025 from its very inception. After their reflections, we open the floor to our moderators' questions for the panel and to the audience. It is my honor to invite Jayashree ma'am to share her thoughts on the keynotes we've heard today and the intellectual terrain they have opened up. You'll start first? Yeah, should I?
Thank you, Preeti. Today's been a very long day, but I know it's been very exciting. Simply because technology allows us to look at all these projects on the internet, in so many books. But as you rightly put it in the morning, Joao, he said that to be able to hear the designer himself speak about how that project was conceptualized, or to hear the researchers say how and why they did a certain thing is really, really exciting. I must thank all the four speakers of the day for setting the tone for this conference. We came across certain terms, mindful urbanism, and what it means to the city, its people, and its culture. Then we looked at analytical and comprehensive frameworks to understand social fabric and spatial evolution of cities. We had insights on how tools can play an important role in understanding well-being, and finally, how parametricism and architectural geometry have reimagined form finding in architecture. One thing was very heartening to note, and that was that in the presentations of each of the speakers, the human being, the user, occupied the central role, in whichever way. So when Shajay spoke about playfully involving the public into telling us what kind of design they want, it was really good to note that in spite of the technological inputs into our design field, we still believe that the human being is most important and most powerful. So thank you all for bringing that important note to this conference. I think there are a couple of questions that we can still ask all of you in spite of the lovely presentations. Maybe I can ask the first one to Sergio. Sergio, there's a feeling that traditional design knowledge is at risk of being lost due to so many tools which are coming up. So I was just wondering whether you could tell us about some historical or contemporary projects where morphological principles have been successfully used to design cities which are responsive to the needs of people. Just name them. It has been a long day. Both of them.
Yeah, so again, I'm struggling to understand because the return of the voice is a bit confused, so, and probably my English is not that good, honestly. Okay, so the question is about whether I know examples of cities or cases in which digital technology has helped shaping cities closer to the human needs. Well, there's plenty of analytical tools. There is many analytical tools which are digital, in fact, and they have been helping a lot in really understanding what the human needs are. If we talk of analytical tools, there are entire areas of research now that use digital tools. I was quoting in my talk today. Let me see if I remember exactly the denomination of that area of knowledge. It is, anyway, it is the application of social understanding and sociology to, for example, social media data that comes from the social media and are used, for example, to navigate the traffic better, right? So these kind of things are very mature now. And they are used continuously, and they are used for research and also for applications on real cities. Well, there are many analytical models, like space syntax was named before, and we all know it. It's been there since 1985, and then even more, even earlier. Actually, it comes to the 70s, even in the first applications. And we have built on it, myself, the multiple centrality analysis is similar, very similar, identical in philosophy. Some technicalities are different, and actually started using road centerline models rather than axial lines to describe the street network, right? Which opens up the entire repository of street centerline models that any city nowadays has. So that was a big improvement. And that's what we did, and that was 2005. So there's a long history. There's a number of those things. So the digital technology is helping a lot in understanding the needs, monitoring what's happening at a scale which is unprecedented, and what we now understand regarding the link between centrality of streets, for example, and a number of other very tangible things. For example, the location of shops and services. Which is a typical space sort of philosophy, if you like, but now we know very well how to use it, and so on. So yeah, there is a lot. There is a lot. These are applied in many cities as we speak. So it's actually pretty much common knowledge. Yes.
We now invite Professor Aparna Surve to offer her reflection on the day's provocations and insights across data, design systems, and values.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, thank you very much, all of you, for bringing very intense work on this platform. We all were mesmerized. For me, it was a dream come true moment. As I was going through each of your presentations, it was speaking about your work, so I could imagine the intensity of your practices and your work. Extremely happy about that. We could all see that there were 4 parallel tracks which were woven around the theme of transformations, whether it was about large-scale buildings, then about urban design and morphometrics, planning processes by Olivia, and finally looking at architectural geometries and how they actually are part of the process of building creation. So these 4 tracks, as onlookers, we felt that we could interweave and draw a lot of parallels, which was also the purpose of this transformation conference. And I think we have achieved our objective in a large way, and we are definitely going to document and probably create a docket and send it to you for your review. So I wanted to, I'll be asking a couple of questions to the couple of you. So to Olivia, Your work is about high-resolution urban analytics. It talks about, at some point, digital twinning, and you also look at how the technology is also becoming a process where we can actually democratize city making as a process. And lastly, you are also invoking the idea of how AI-driven insights would become a very important tool. All of these are leading to a kind of each one of us who could participate in the process. So I want to ask a question in this context, that in Indian context, or rather any urban context, how do we evaluate the ethics of implementing smart infrastructure, algorithmic planning, and predictive systems? Because we become more and more, it is accessible to everyone, which is what you believe as your hypothesis, I would say, for sustainable governance. So my question is about how this transformation is going to control the idea of, ethics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that is it coming? Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think that's an incredible question, especially given the topic of this conference about disruptive technologies. One thing that I want to reiterate one more time is that each of these tools were not developed and then presented to the cities. It was always in conversation with the cities themselves. And I think that always presents a lot of surprising elements as well. For example, I can use Bilbao as an example in this context of coming to the city and saying, we want to help you develop a sustainable tool to help better understand the sustainability of your city and municipality. And they didn't understand that as an environmental concern, as we might have initially thought at the beginning, that it was actually their response of, we know our city so well, and when you think about future generations, this is how we want to prioritize this. And I think the same attitude is also applied in Indian contexts as well, that it's not about coming in with assumptions about here's how you will live sustainably, or here's how the next generation will respond to a set of interventions or implementations, but it's about taking that initial feedback from not only the city municipality, but several stakeholders who care very deeply about their cities and are passionate about making it better.
Sorry. So I understand how much ever effective the tools are. It's when it's about us, it's about caring for your own place. I think those are always going to prove effective, all the tools. Yeah, that's a beautiful answer. Thank you. Yeah.
We will now read out the questions.
We'll try to take as many questions as possible, so let the questions keep flowing. The first question that we have is for architect Olivia Poston. It reads, "Hi Olivia, I was really inspired by your Transforming Cities projects. Your creative vision for urban spaces is truly impressive. I'm curious to know, beyond the design and innovation side, what kinds of challenges do you typically face from the administrative or government side when executing such large urban projects?"
Can I request we finish questions quickly and then we take the audience questions?
We will be taking this question later after the moderators finish their discussion.
Just a couple of questions. I know you all have waited patiently, but it was a beautiful presentation. So may I request Jayashree ma'am, if you could ask, or maybe I will go with the question. I wanted to respond to Shajay's presentation. I told him that it was crystal clear, as clear as geometry, that you looked at. So we saw 4 points that you were making. I think one is computational geometry. Second thing which I observed was the employment of robotic or robo-based fabrication. And presently, for many years, you have been experimenting. And in our conversation, you mentioned that how robo-based fabrication and manufacturing is actually going to create democratized SME fabrications. So that's, again, I saw the similarity in democratization. You have also mentioned in your last the digital twinning part, and finally the AI. So it's again going in the hands, it's becoming more and more democratized. If we go back to our earlier situation, you know, where the authorship role of identity for an architectural practice was central. So can the architect still be called the author? Or is the profession becoming a mediator, a system thinker, tech integrator, a social negotiator? How do you see that? And if I may say that, when you are a part of a large organization called Zaha Hadid Architects, how do you see that dichotomy?
I think even when Zaha was alive, we never saw it as a conflict. Like it was never that, like, none of us have ever worked on a sketch handed down by Zaha, and then we make it into 3D. So authorship was never it wasn't like, that like she would claim authorship. Like, it was always collective anyway, and it was always evolutionary in our design methodology, meaning you have a client brief, and then you early on, you have 10 or 15 people exploring what that brief could look like, and what are the aspects of the brief that a specific designer wants to explore, and then we will pin all those things up, and then we would hybridize and then go on. So that process has just been accelerated through the introduction of computational tools. And so authorship has always been collective, and it's always been conversational with the client's brief, and the client's end users, which we say architecture is always in the service of the client and the client's client, which is the end users of the building, right? And so when you think of it in this way as an evolutionary process, authorship never comes into play. And but that's not to say individuals are not important. Individuals like Zaha or BRK or Norman Foster, or these are exceptionally important people because they bring other people together. They bring experts together, they bring enthusiastic people together, because as we have shown, everything takes a long time to gestate and mature, and in the meantime it's going to be very painful. So you need some charismatic figure to be to have the conviction to hold people together and attract all the criticisms. When Zaha was alive, there was no end to the kind of grotesque criticism some people leveled at her, right? And that she bore brunt of it, and now we are somewhat the senior people in the company, and we do the same for the younger people. So we don't actually look at any of the journalism that comes out, because we are a strong conviction that ideas that we are exploring, we are not being egoistic, we're not caring for authorship. What we are caring for is iterating, and we are caring for solving problems, whether it's budgetary constraints, sustainability constraints, or making the spaces engaging. All of these multi-dimensional problems is well and beyond the individual author anyway, and it's well and beyond any human team. You need technology, you need augmentation with computers, you need augmentation with AI. So yeah, authorship, we are truly returning to the idea of a collective authorship, which was anyway the case until for a brief period where star architects were known to be, in my opinion, misconceived, that they were just making these sketches and they have armies of people just making those sketches happen. I mean, nobody's going to stick around in an office if you're just CADing things up. Like, so, yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that note. Thank you so much. Jayashree ma'am, would you like to take a question to Joao?
So in the morning when we were looking at your presentation, we were amazed by the variety of projects that you showed, so many typologies, such scales, and to be able to do that in an age of interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, I'm sure must have been a challenge. So I was telling myself that perhaps he's wired differently to be able to do that. But I think it is an ability that has been cultivated over time, knowingly and willingly. Today in our audience, we have a large number of students. We are in an educational institution and we have a good number of teachers here. Many of our youngsters are going to be practicing in 2050 and beyond. So I would like to hear from you, what are the skills that you think that these youngsters must develop to be able to survive in an age 30 years from now or 20 years from now?
I mean, the skill set is one that is becoming rare nowadays, also socially, which is to listen to others, because ultimately, what do you do, as Shajay was saying, is collaborative, right? So, creativity, also all of our firms here are, although they have an individual's name in front, they're actually the outcome of everyone's collaborative process and creation. So as Bjarke says, he's not the creator of ideas, he's the curator of ideas, right? And that's what the leaderships of the companies do. They curate, the leaderships of the teams, they curate those ideas. But teams work at its best when it's collaboration, right? So again, fearlessness of not trying the wrong thing, because it's by by creating errors and making errors and mistakes that you actually discover novelty, and it is by listening that you often develop, and by dialoguing that you develop and discover ideas. And I think ultimately is also curiosity, right? It's asking what else can be done for that same challenge, for that same, because every project is an opportunity. So I think you just gotta expose yourself, be willing to expose yourself, that you gotta try everything until you feel that it's the right thing to do for the right place. And once you get there, because you tried everything, I promise you that you know when is the right idea.
That's a very nice way to put it. That at the end of it, you know you have arrived and you know that you're doing it right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joao. Over to you, Preeti.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to the questions from the audience. The question that I was reading out earlier for Olivia, I'll repeat that again. This is from Kamakshi Tomar, Principal Architect at NK Associates. If you're here, if you can just identify yourself. She's asking, hi Olivia, I was really inspired by your Transforming Cities projects. Your creative vision for urban spaces is truly impressive. I'm curious to know, beyond the design and innovation side, what kind of challenges do you typically face from administrative or government side when executing such large-scale urban projects?
Thank you so much for your question. Just to make sure I understood, it was about the challenges that you run into with administration, especially from innovation ideas and from taking leaps of faith, I should say. I think it's a really a really important question, because sometimes when you're a student working in a purely academic space, you can make these great leaps and innovation and following through with innovative ideas. But then as you start transitioning into practice and working with cities or other organizations, you start running into this problem of how much is too much, how much do we stick to the script, and it's something that we have been asking from every project. I do see that there are a lot of real-world constraints that are often frustrating. I think that everyone in practice will run into, including budgets and timelines, stakeholders, but then there's also political forces at play as well when you're working directly with cities and mayor's offices as well, depending on funding and counselors and support and things of that nature. I also think it's an opportunity to use these real-world constraints and start to imagine it's not only about selling your idea to your project manager or to your colleagues, it's also about sharing your vision and making sure that your narrative is really conveying that through not only to other design colleagues, but also to planning officials and administration as well. We have 100 stories about this exact question, but I'm also imagining the efforts it takes to scale a project. And there's often a lot of hesitation. If you have a really great project and then you say, can you imagine this all over your city, on every street in your city, and so on. And there can often be hesitation. Maybe we need to test this and test it out. So that's another reason why phasing becomes so important as you start transitioning into practice, especially looking at a scale of urban design and urban planning. It's not about change overnight. It's about building trust and slowly implementing these ideas. Even if it doesn't take place over one night, we're building up to a larger picture and a bigger picture.
Thank you so much for the answer, Olivia. I hope, Kamakshi, you're satisfied with the answer. My next question is from Prasad Vaidya to Shajay. This would be, I'm just reading it out. There is a certain humility in your approach, which is apparent in your curiosity to learn from the technology and geometry and the stakeholders. As we project into the future with AI taking over the design processes, which might eventually result in the singularity, is there a chance of losing that humility? And how might we ensure its continuity? Okay.
What was it? Is there a chance of losing what?
Is there a chance of losing that humility? And how might we ensure its continuity?
Losing the humility?
Should I read? Prasad sir, do you want to explain it further? Yeah.
I think it's a valid fear that somehow AI is going to intervene and disrupt every known human process. But I think architecture as a discipline, as a profession, has stood the test of time. And like, we should have no fear that technology is going to disrupt architecture, like, you know, with capital A architecture. But it is going to disrupt if you're only doing technician things, which in any case you are not doing architecture if you're doing technician things. And not to say there's anything wrong with the technician things, it's just to say architecture is beyond technology. It's about, you know, engaging with the client and the client's client, as we have always said. That, and the questions you ask about the brief and which problems you want to solve, like AI is not going to figure out which problems need to be solved and how they need to be solved. Like, so in that sense, it's as AI is as much a medium like as clay or as other digital mediums, right? And the other reason I feel very optimistic that AI has even though it seems that it's going to like fundamentally disrupt everything. It's actually the greater revolution was, CAD and BIM, Grasshopper, and all of these things fundamentally provided new capacities of expression, allowed new kinds of architecture to be explored. And so far, all the AI currently in its earliest form since 2022 is only reproducing images that you give it, right? That you or it ingests a lot of text, or so it's essentially based on a corpus of information, a corpus of data, and so that data is going to get outdated like within 2 years. And who's going to produce the next set of data? It has to be the humans. And so like I have really no fear about AI particularly. I mean, in general, we don't have any fear about technology because architecture is an enduring profession. It's been a pillar of society for millennia. And even otherwise, the problems that we choose are because of like the human problems that we want to be solved. There is no hierarchical order, like automated solution to like which problems to be solved. And so, yeah, I don't think there will be any loss of curiosity. If anything, like, like the aspect of reinforcement learning, which, it's a kind of AI like that has learned to play games. So AlphaGo, the DeepMind reinforcement learning games, like which learned to play chess all by itself. And it was reproducing some of the human characteristics of like very aggressive play and playful creativity, unlike any other previous computer software that was playing chess. Like this one trained with a constraint of amount of memory or like the amount of training it can do, and suddenly it turns out if you apply some constraints of resource, even machines can exhibit human-like creativity. So like AI kind of begins to tell us something about ourselves. Like, so AI is a way of learning something about ourselves, learning something about our design process, and so on. So, and it also improves creative productivity, as we saw. Like you can generate so many images, you can get the client in, it is more participatory than other design processes. So for all these reasons, I don't really think there's going to be any disruption in that sense from AI. Yeah.
I have one more question for you, Shajay, and it's an interesting one asked by Arav Parikh, if you're here. I think you're going to love the question as well. Our guest asks, can a completely automated architectural workflow be generated with AI and construction robots at different ends of the workflow, where AI being the initiator and robots being the executor? Also ask the question, where's the architect?
I mean, it is conceivable that once you figured out, like, let's say you're scaling up a technology, that is possible, I would think. Like if you are a very limited problem to solve, like you want to redo like many houses in a row, like, or but like the exploration part has to be human machine and team-based collaborations. Like there's no end-to-end automation in the broad sense of automation, right? Like almost all automation is narrow automation, like, which is to say, you figured out like a small set of problems, and then you can automate it. Like, you might want to make like 100 bus stops, or like 3,000 public toilets. Like these kind of things like are automatable, and maybe they should be automated so that it frees up like human creativity to work on like the bigger problems. And we have already seen this happen in our company, that like technology helps us do more projects, which means we get paid more, right? And so like humans are such that like any time that is freed up, we will do something with that time. So in that sense, whatever can be automated should be automated. Like, so allows us to work on the things that like are more valuable, more meaningful, and allows us to progress our discipline, progress our profession, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's now a question for the panel. So our guest doesn't want to divulge their name. So this is a question for policymakers and urban planning authorities of our country to ponder as to how we take our urban development towards such level of coding and ideas of planning so that these are not just beautiful talks. And how would you, as architects, designers who are doing mega level projects, respond to, what would you suggest to the policymakers? How can they enable AI or disruptive technologies to actually give us some sort of direction towards optimizing our cities?
This question is for the panel, so I would invite maybe all of you to just share your thoughts on this.
Amazing. I have a more specific example to provide back from my experience working with different policymakers as well as people who are stakeholders within the city. And as I was trained in architecture and studied for many years, as many people in this room also have, I think that I've taken for granted a lot of the things that we know as designers about how to read and understand maps and drawings and renderings, and what it means to imagine, to use that as a tool of imagining potentials and opportunities. It's been an ongoing conversation about how to use AI as a conversational tool for people who are receiving this information, who might not have the same training or background that you have. And it's questions that we take for granted about red means a certain characteristic, and maybe blue means a certain characteristic, but also orientation and scale and things of that nature. And using AI as a tool to communicate what the maps and drawings and tools are communicating to those who are hoping to use that information in their own work. And it can be anything from tell me about this pattern that I'm seeing, or tell me about what that means in terms of scale and timeline and budget as well. But I imagine that it can also be an aid as you're communicating this work to all different types of backgrounds, and policymakers included.
Well, I'm not entirely sure I heard the question correctly. If I heard it correctly, it has to do with AI and participation. Is that right? So what AI can do to, disseminate and foster policy making which is more aware of public participation. Right. Well, I got an answer to this, which might not tackle the question really, or maybe circumnavigate the question rather, because my opinion is that maybe the problem with participation might not be a technological problem at all. It depends very much on what kind of participation we are talking about and what kind of material you want to take from the people, right? And make it a material for public policy. This is a very, very important question. Now, public policies are about creating things, creating solutions, creating processes and objects in the end, which respond to needs fundamentally, right? So those needs are hardly to be tailored on the singular person or to the singular community even. And the reason is that the person and the community change all the time. So we are always back to the same problem. So it's not like crafting a jacket for the person that wears the jacket for a few years and then take another jacket. We are not in that kind of domain. We are in a domain in which the things that you produce with those policies or with those designs, in fact, are going to stay much longer than the person you are talking to when you are engaging with this particular specific community or people or clients, in fact, no? So the real question to me is how can you extract from the people you're talking to the material that go beyond the people themselves, that actually belong to everybody, the kind of material that actually makes us human as such, because then the people will change and the artifacts will remain or the infrastructure will remain. And so what shall we do? Shall we change the infrastructure, for example, a digital infrastructure, or, I don't know, a solution for traffic, for example? Shall we change it because the people we asked to have changed? Of course, that is nonsensical, right? So this is the question. Now, the answer we gave to this question when we were experimenting on these facts were that, you have to really establish a conversation with the people you are working with in public engagement processes. You have to establish that conversation at a very deep level. Because if you stay to the surface, the answers you get from the people are very superficial and tend to be idiosyncratic, tend to be very person-specific. I like it white, you like it blue. I like it long, you like it, you don't move beyond that. So in order to do that, you really have to be sophisticated in the way you prepare, for example, the room. I want to be very practical here. For example, we were very attentive whether we had to serve tea or not, where we were starting the conversation. What was the first question? What was the second? What was the third? Should we play some music or not on the radio when we invite people to come? Because what you're looking at is asking people to reveal to you things which are for them extremely difficult even to understand, right? And that is extremely difficult to have. Imagine to convince a person that you don't know and who doesn't know you to reveal to you the most intimate things that they feel, because it's about feelings in the end. So that is extremely difficult. So AI here, I'm not sure, maybe it can help. Maybe it can help, but I don't think it is central to this, frankly. Because normally it is when the conversation goes into what kind of digital technology you can use to ease the process of community engagement, then immediately you go into, of course, I don't know, a questionnaire that you can spread around on the internet, right? We have done it many times. Or visual preference surveys, for example. Or qualification of places via surveys that you run through the telephones, right? So you got the geolocation of the person who delivers some kind of information. And all of that stuff is very helpful, but it's not deep. It's not deep. So I'm not sure the technology in this case, because it is, in order to be authentic, it has to be very, very, very human and typically human. I'm not sure that actually what it can help, what digital technology can help to do, and in fact it does already, is to instruct public processes like questionnaires. This is very effective. Again, or visual preference survey. This is very effective. But you got to understand what are the limits of this kind of interaction that you have with the people. So for certain problems, it can be all right, but for many other problems, it's probably very limited.
I think, I mean, just to as a counterpoint, perhaps, like, or just on some processes, like the Indian elections, I think is a great example, like 800 or 900 million votes, like counted in a day, and so quantity could, in a way, become a means of achieving direct democracy, right? That and AI could maybe, I mean, it's speculative because I have no experience with these things, and also things like the UPI here, like, the scale of mobile penetration in India is like extraordinary, like, and the fact that like there's multilingual AI that India is investing in. So there are very India-specific opportunities, I think, for a mode of AI-based direct democracy. I don't know what scale it is going to be possible at, but India has definitely shown that it is possible to deploy technology at scale. And so in that sense, I'm more optimistic that, like, you know, that there can be some modes of participation of the citizens in the shaping their cities. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for those thoughtful insights. As we bring the first day of Transformations 2025 to a close, we want to thank each one of you, our keynote speakers, moderators, presenters, and attendees, for your thoughtful presence and generosity of engagement.
Today, as we have seen, has been about incitement, about unsettling comfort zones, and setting the intellectual and ethical stage for the days to come. We've moved across geographies, scales, and systems, and it's only the beginning. We've spoken today about disruption, data, identity, imagination, but also about the courage to ask, what do we still not know? We extend our gratitude to the Council of Architecture, our speakers, collaborators, and each one of you for the energy you've brought to this space. Thank you for showing us that transformation happens not just through big ideas, but through shared questioning.
As we close this first day of Transformations 2025, we also want to look ahead. Tomorrow, 27 June, we move on from incitement to deeper engagement. The theme for day 2 is disruption and dialogue, a space to explore tensions between emerging technologies, contested urban imaginaries, and pluralities of practice that shape the building environment today.
We begin at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow with a plenary session featuring Nuru Karim, Krishnamurthy, and Sahil Tanveer as offline sessions. And we have curated online sessions with Ombretta Romis and Matilde Marengo, voices whose work intersects computation, craft, pedagogy, and ecology in disruptive yet grounded ways. The schedule is here for you to see. Following that, we invite you to engage with the research paper presentations spread across curated parallel tracks. These sessions bring together scholars and practitioners presenting work that spans material practice, pedagogic experimentation, and critical urban inquiry.
We'll conclude tomorrow's program with an insightful panel discussion moderated by Dr. Sanjeev Vidyarthi, an urbanist and educator whose work bridges planning theory, spatial justice, and institutional change across global context. He'll be joined by a diverse selection of panelists bringing together voices from academia, design practice, urban policy, offering multiple lenses through which to interpret the disruptions and dialogues we've traced throughout the day.
We hope you'll carry today's questions into tomorrow's conversations, bringing with you the same curiosity, openness, and intensity that defined our inaugural day. But before we formally close, we have a little surprise for you. Courtesy of our publicity and media team, please sit back and enjoy a specially curated highlight reel capturing the spirit of Day 1 of Transformations 2025.
Because the process of shaping our built environment today demand new ways of seeing, making and relating.
With over 600 million people projected to live in cities by 2030, we are witnessing unprecedented pressures on infrastructure, ecology, housing, heritage, and governance. This scenario demands new frameworks of thinking, designing, and doing.
I think you will not allow me to stop standing ovations to go to all the past president of COA along with the present president. I think there should be a standing ovation for the presidents of Council of Architecture.
Today I stand before you in my capacity as Chancellor of this institution, but let me make a confession here that most of the faculty members, most of my fellow members have normally seen me more often on a construction site wearing a helmet rather than in the boardrooms. Because architecture and civil engineering has always been a matter of deep passion for me and deep interest for me.
I'm thankful to all international speakers, guests, national speakers, my council members, architects, participants. I'm very, very sure that these 3 days are going to be immensely enjoyable for each and every one of you. And we would be capable of taking it back to actually policy making. And that's what is going to be the greatest achievement of this. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
That was really put together so quickly. Before we part for the evening, we invite you to continue the conversations over dinner. The networking dinner is being hosted on the first floor. Please do join us upstairs for an informal gathering of ideas, laughter, and shared reflections.
Thank you once again. Have a restful evening. We look forward to welcoming you back in the morning of day 2 of Transformations 2025. Good night. And a small announcement. Thank you. You may applaud. A small announcement for the faculty of D.Y. Patil School of Architecture. All of you are please invited for a group photograph with our keynote speakers and Jai Shri Ma'am and Aparna Ma'am. Please come ahead. Come.
There is a podium in between, so I think you should go that side.